Hello. What the fuck are you all doing?
I am confused. When I saw the Doom the Dark Ages gameplay reveal, I was speechless. I then analyzed every detail about the game, made a video about it, and got even more hyped. Everything I've seen about Doom the Dark Ages has me very excited, so much that it made me remember how I felt in the months leading to Doom Eternal. Que nostalgia. But then I read the Doom forums, the Twitter threads, and your comments, because that's what I always do, and saw a lot of negative feedback about the game, which is completely normal. Not everyone is going to enjoy this new entry in the Doom franchise, and that's fine. Yet, the negativity got to a point where I just had to make a video about it, as I believe most of what people are complaining about doesn't make any sense, as it is too early to bring those criticisms to the table, as none of us have played the game yet.
Yeah, Mr. White!
If you are hyped for Doom the Dark Ages, be sure to smash the like button and let me know down below in the comments what you liked or disliked about the gameplay reveal. Because you know, I read all of your comments. That's the only reason I exist. With that being said, let's sit down, grab our humongous chain gun and dive straight back into hell. You know the drill, this video was sponsored by Gamersubs. Use code MIDNIGHT to get any of these cool things. Thank you so much for the support and I really hope you enjoy. In 2016, after 12 years of being radio silent, Doom came back to life. It pushed the limits of what an FPS could do.
Nicholas Donatillers, why is an H3H3 newest content nuke not in your planning? Content nuke Hasan Piker. Alright, we'll watch that. I do hate Hasan. Thanks for the donation, Nicholas.
And gave us one of the greatest and most iconic additions to Doom, those being the glory kills. When you think about Doom, you think about Doom Guy ripping and tearing all the demons you encounter. In Doom Eternal, its software doubled down and further expanded on the glory kills, and gave us even more of what we wanted, brutal and creative ways to send the demons back to hell. And in Doom the Dark Ages, the glory kills are no more. I understand why this is a controversial change, as most of what made Doom and Doom Eternal so great, the artistry behind absolutely mowing down a demon to baby powder and then have a sick killing animation at the end, is now gone. But is it really? Most of the negativity around this criticism stems from the new melee system, as people say it looks clunky, slow, and very not Doom. Yet, did people forget that at the start of each Doom, you are extremely underpowered? Throughout the whole game, you can find suit upgrades and runes to further enhance Doom Guy's overall power. That's the same for Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal. And being that Doom the Dark Ages is a more melee-focused game, I would bet the real money that...
Yeah, Yami, anybody who brushes their hair so that it gets waves is a fucking homo. Waves are the gayest, dipshit, douchebag, faggoty looking fucking hairstyle imaginable. They all look fucking gay. They look fucking retarded. You think I'm gonna do this to my fucking hair and make myself look like I suck cock or something? Oh, yeah, I want to look like a retarded faggot. Sure, great idea. Yeah, get waves.
There are a handful of runes and suit upgrades in the game that make us go from an...
What are you eating?
I am eating tofu with Korean barbecue sauce. Thanks for the donation, Speed Racer.
Amateur boxer to frickin' Mike Tyson.
Take me to him! Come on! Go, 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 go!
Also, the removal of glory kills just enhances the power fantasy even more, as you are the one who executes the demons in real time. Also, now you can shield yourself in the invincibility frames of the glory kills, making the game and Ultra Nightmare even worse.
What?
Like I've said before, Doom is known for quite a lot of things. Big guns, big demons, and speedy gameplay, with the same thing applying to Doom the Dark Ages. Yet, there's a lot of people saying that this game looks and feels very slow, therefore making it boring. I can definitely see what these people mean and why they are worried. Yeah, the pace of this gameplay is very toned down. Demon projectiles move very slow compared to Doom Eternal, and the AI behavior seems weird. However, let's not forget that this is an official gameplay reveal, meaning that the game's overall speed is going to be heavily toned down to achieve a more cinematic feel, which is the exact same thing that happened with Doom 2016 and especially Doom Eternal. This is how we all saw Doom Eternal's gameplay in 2018. And here's how Doom Eternal actually played. That's a very humongous difference. And it's the same game. It also doesn't help that they showed gameplay on Hurt Me Plenty. Like Hugo stated, Doom the Dark Ages is a return to classic Doom. With that in mind, here's how classic Doom projectiles traveled on any difficulty besides Nightmare.
Oh, that's it? Muy lento. Hombre, that's really slow. Come on, man, you can do better, you can do better.
And here's how they travel on Nightmare difficulty.
Oh, a su pinche madre!
That's a pretty substantial projectile speed difference if you ask me. So, if you think that your Doom the Dark Ages Nightmare difficulty gameplay is going to look like this, then you have nothing to worry about, my friend. I'm 100% sure that the game is going to play a lot different than what was shown in this gameplay showcase, because going by history, that's just a fact.
Yes, science!
For some reason, this is woke.
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
Not only is this perfect for challenge runs, giving speedrunners a ton of variety to play with, but this is an objectively good addition to the game. Saying that the game is woke because it's pandering to casuals is blatantly disrespecting the entire Doom franchise and what it represents. Because since 1993, more than 31 years ago, Doom has been a game with several difficulty options, so that everyone, even your mom, dad, brother and sister, could experience the demon-killing, adrenaline-inducing rampage that we all get by playing fucking Doom. All this is doing is gatekeeping, and all id Software wants is for everyone to have a chance at playing some good old Doom. With that being said, I really do not understand what's the problem with this. Como le encanta a la gente estar mamando con puñetadas estúpidas. Another reason as to why Doom the Dark Ages is apparently woke is the addition of the
Frank has uploaded a new vid. And a small lane just crashed at a Philly mall.
You mean plane? Huh. Another plane crash after Trump gets elected. That's interesting.
Thick, smoke pieces of the.
Yeah, that is very odd. Alright, let me take a look at Frank. Thanks for the donation, James. So we've already watched that one. Looks like he has 3 new shorts.
Because of our unnatural modern diet and lifestyle, supplements are a necessity in most cases to fix health issues, especially severe, such as my liver damage and copper toxicity. So, with every meal, I have to take at least several things, and in some cases, I add a few things here and there.
Frank is retarded. Again, this is the same guy claiming vegans have to take 20 supplements a day just to stay healthy. This is ridiculous.
Several things, and in some cases, I add a few things here and there. The natural probiotic, because
Just about nobody should be taking probiotics, especially not ones that are off the counter. You have no idea what you're getting. You have no idea what strains are in there. You have no idea if they're active or not. You have no idea what the concentration is. You have no idea if there's been contamination. The only time you should be taking probiotics is if they're prescribed by your doctor and they're medical grade.
my liver is not producing digestive enzymes, causing candida overgrowth. So this keeps the candida in check.
Your liver doesn't really do that so much. It's more your pancreas.
Zinc, molybdenum, and magnesium are copper antagonists. So those are the 3 things removing the copper from the body. And vitamin B complex helps because liver toxicity, high carbohydrate diets, things that you need to do to heal your liver are depleting your B vitamin stores as well. So those are some things I take with breakfast usually. And then depending on my other meal size, I might take some macronutrient enzymes, vitamin C, minerals, B1.
Vitamin C. Like, of all supplements to take. You ever thought of, like, eating fruit or potatoes or something?
It depends on whether it's breakfast, lunch, or dinner. And before breakfast, I'll take some glandulars, male virility, and third eye for some testosterone.
You want to bet these have, like, very high levels of lead contamination? I just have a funny feeling these supplements he's selling in particular are, like, high in lead or some shit. These are probably by far the worst, most useless supplements he sells. Like, they literally legit do nothing. Like, at least with the vitamins he's selling, they're vitamins, but these literally do nothing.
Testosterone and pineal hormones, as again with the liver damage, the body isn't producing the hormones it's supposed to be making. And then to help soak that toxic bile and prevent it from being reabsorbed into the body, I have mastic gum and activated charcoal at the end of every meal.
Fiber does that. Fiber prevents bile acid reabsorption. But why would you ever eat a balanced diet that includes fruits and vegetables? That'd be ridiculous. Much better idea to take, 20 supplements with each meal.
These food recalls are getting really crazy, and I don't think anyone has seen stuff like this in their entire lifetime. We've had egg issues for over 2 years now. Boar's Head is going out of business, and it seems like every single week there's a new product that the entire United States has to throw out. And if you think about history and how the elite used to basically starve people, the poor, where they're at bread lines and have no food to eat, it definitely gives you some food for thought, because these people control the food supply. Everything is intentional. So, is there something nefarious planned here? Are they gonna...
What an insane whack job. It can't just be the case that there was, like, some outbreak. No, the evil Jews are planning something. He has schizophrenia. Like, there's just no shot.
contaminate every single food source
Gummy,
you
no.
can eat until
Gum,
you
gum,
only
no.
have a
Get
bag
off.
of rice in your
Off.
pantry?
Off.
It's definitely something to think about.
Oh my god, dude.
These food recalls are getting really
Here
Big Joey donated $2. Let me see.
I've never met a person who can isolate the moment where nuclear technology became known to man. Nuclear weapons are demonic. There's no
I don't know what the fuck he could possibly mean by that.
upside to them at all, and that anyone who claims otherwise is either ignorant or doing the bidding of the forces that created nuclear technology in the first place, which are not human forces, obviously.
Is coal like non-demonic? I mean, should we just burn coal, which is more expensive and way worse for the environment and actually emits more radiation? Is that a non-demonic form of energy that happens to be way less environmentally friendly and costly?
Just hold on for 1 second.
Oh, okay. French physicist Henri Becquerel accidentally discovered radioactivity in 1896 while experimenting with uranium salts in photographic plates. Nuclear fission was discovered by Otto Hahn and Fritz Strassmann in 1938 after bombarding uranium with neutrons. On December 2nd, 1942, the world's first self-sustaining nuclear reaction took place underneath the University of Chicago, led by Enrico Fermi. 15 years later, America's first full-scale nuclear power plant went critical in Pennsylvania. So that's where nuclear technology comes from, Tucker. Nice dinner party. Where?
Tucker's retarded.
Over here in the UK, we don't really...
Well, I was gonna watch Rationality Rules' video on that. Thanks for the donation though, Big Joey. Jew donated $2. Is Frank an anti-Semite? Yes. Does he mean Jews when he says they? Yes. Also, watch this. Yeah, somebody already told me to watch that. I have it in the queue. Thanks for the donation, Jew.
Here we have our high-quality, organic liver detox breakfast. Some Iberico ham, collagen pancakes, maple syrup, Honeycrisp apples, little dessert. New product, we have Crackdamia, just seasoned macadamia nuts. So a nice balance of protein, carbs, fats, soluble fiber, perfect for giving the body all the energy it needs, as well as detoxing the liver. We're using all organic.
I cannot count how many times he's made this exact same video. Like, yeah, we get it. You eat the same food in the morning over and over and over again.
All the highest quality to remove cellular health. The apples.
Well, that's nice and retarded. Alright, well, let's get into it. Let's watch the content nuke.
Would not be the same.
Oh, hi there. It's me, your old friend, Ethan Klein.
Riley donated $2. Let me see.
Why are you guys tearing down the posters of kidnapped hostages? Bad for the tearing down.
Oh, this fucking bitch. I can't stand her.
Ma'am, so members of your group systematically tore down hostage posters. Do we care about all human suffering or just selective human suffering? So why do we tear down hostage posters on the anniversary of their capture then?
I didn't do that.
Your group did. Why are you guys tearing down the posters of kidnapped hostages? Would you denounce the tearing down of hostage posters on the anniversary of the capture? Or do you not care about all human suffering?
I care about all human suffering. I would like the hostages to come home.
So why don't you tell the young lady who tore the posters down not to do that?
I don't have to tell
You're a
anybody.
leader here. You're the CEO of Code Pink.
I'm not the CEO. I'm retired. I'm not even.
Okay. Well, you're a leader here. Everyone cares about you. Everyone cares about what you have to say. Why don't you denounce it?
Why don't we spend our time?
Yeah. Well, your leader here is walking through it.
Like, by the way, these are all dumb, weak bitch women and, like, just a couple cuck, weak-ass loser dudes. Like, I really wish there was, like, some Jewish biker gang that would just roll up and just beat the ever-living fuck out of all of these scumbags. I just cannot stand them. They're just... For one thing, we all know that they're working for the Chinese Communist Party. Like, they're literally traitors to fucking America. Like, fuck them anyway. They should have their human rights revoked. And they're the most anti-Semitic fucking fascist scumbags. Just, I really hope there is a Jewish biker gang that will just annihilate them.
Ladies and gentlefish, it is your...
Woke student humiliated. Charlie Kirk calmly lists facts about Palestine. Don't care.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back.
Don't care.
And they'll come and tell you, yeah, well, look how the hostages are small.
Yeah, don't care.
You're gonna fucking mock me?
Okay, get out of my...
Yeah, don't care. Thanks for the donation, Riley.
Fine. It's been a while since we've last spoken. In that time, I've had 3 kids, all boys. I've lost 100 pounds. And I've pissed off 75% of the internet. Probably a lot of you guys, too. Actually talking about there at the NRA meeting that's today in Texas. So much of...
Wonder if Ethan's on semaglutide.
Oh, yeah, and I got a tattoo also, so I'm cool like that now. Left or right, I always thought that, despite our differences, there was one thing we could all agree on. And what was that? That we love America and everything she stands for. Mom and Dad and apple pie. Sure, there's plenty to criticize and endless things to improve, but I thought it was about making a more perfect union, not tearing it down. Marching bands, a pride that only the thing is, there's something kind of scary brewing in America. Communism. That's America. That's America to me. I started a show a couple of years ago with my acquaintance, Hasan Piker. You might remember him from such classics as
America deserved 9/11, dude. Fuck it, I'm saying it. Yeah, kill them. Kill those motherfuckers in a video game. Sorry. Holy shit. That's not what I said. You dumb cracker bitch.
And of course, the Leftovers podcast, which was our show, which we made broadly to goof on the antics of the right. Now, to be clear, I knew about all these edgy and controversial jokes at the time we made the show together, because who am I to judge?
My mentor is Jewish and her husband is part of the Hells Angels. Just saying, lol. Make it happen, Grey Knight.
There was Ethan Klein being a delightful human being.
I was just going to say, if there's another Holocaust, if they start rounding up the Jews again, I hope Ben gets... He presents himself as someone like me, a left-leaning Democrat who supports basic things. And we went on making the show for about 2 years and everything was good. Everyone was having fun, the audience was having fun, no problem. That was until this happened. We were doing our regular show, and for the first time I noticed an inordinate amount of radical, hardcore leftists. I mean, I thought we were social democrats, not whatever this was. I don't hate the idea of like people who can be successful. I think it's good that people can achieve success in the term monetary success. I mean, that's what that means, right? I do. You know, there's nothing wrong with that.
Because I see so many people in the chat saying no.
I don't know what y'all are tripping about. Like, what the fuck do you
What
want?
is the idea that
you guys
people
like
are looking for?
You guys are all like radical communists? There's that many radical communists? Suck it, chat. You're watching a capitalist pig. Deal with it. And then this happened. This comment from Hasan really started to sound some alarms in my head.
If you're in a socialist country with multiple parties, and one of the parties is a capitalist party, which would surely exist, what would you do if that party started gaining momentum?
The solution to that would always be education and offering more...
Re-education?
Re-education, certainly, yeah. There should be an enforcement mechanism, and in that enforcement mechanism, I think like rehabilitation, which would include re-education as well.
If putting capitalists in re-education camps isn't disturbing enough...
This guy is a massive millionaire. How much did he spend on his one home? Like, was it like 3.4 million or something? This guy has a bunch of luxury cars that cost several hundreds of thousands of dollars. And then he's saying he wants to put capitalists in concentration camps. Why the fuck does anybody take this guy seriously? It's like if I were to have like a Christian podcast or something and I ranted about how like gay people should be forcibly converted to be straight. But I like suck fucking mad dicks all the time. Just choking down huge black cocks just constantly. It's just insane.
I started to notice that
How
Hasan
does
was carrying
anybody
a lot
take
of
that
water
seriously?
for communist states, war crimes, and genocides.
What do you call Crimea? I call it a part of Russian territory, bitch. That's what I call Crimea. I call it Crimea River, a Russian river. The annexation of Crimea is absolutely a justifiable annexation. Tibet was literally a fucking feudal slave mandate, like
So
autonomous zone.
China did them a favor.
That was one. I mean, in America, when I say something like this, people get very upset. You know, we talk about the Dalai Lama saying "suck my tongue" or whatever, but like that's not far from the norm in fucking normal Tibetan existence before the Communist Party came in and
So China unilaterally took over Tibet,
Like,
squelched
these are-
their culture. They basically are trying to, homogenize the culture.
If your culture,
they're trying to spoil the religion and the identity.
the part of
and they did them
feudal
a favor.
warlords and slavery, abolishing that, yes, I do think that that is good.
No, China did them a favor.
This is a good way to describe Taiwan as well. The American federal government going to the fucking South and killing, unfortunately not all of them, but a decent amount of slavers and defenders of slavery. This is violent retribution from a powerful federal government
Tibet was a
that squashed, okay?
Tibet is the South in the Civil War?
Yes.
And most disturbingly, a complete whitewashing of the Chinese genocide against their Muslim minority group, the Uyghurs.
Really?
Don't they have Uyghur death camps? Is that?
It's not a death camp. They were re-education camps, and they are no longer in operation.
Is that
according
true?
to the Associated Press?
Okay. I saw this
But yeah,
crazy
they're-
documentary and
He's literally just pro-fascist. That's all he is.
What is his net worth? How did he earn his money?
I'm not entirely sure what his total net worth would be, but it would have to be at least in the tens of millions, at least. He earned his money from starting what is it? Twitch channel streaming. He was working for his uncle Cenk Uygur at the Young Turks, and then he got into streaming political content. And for no good reason at all, he ended up becoming arguably the most popular political streamer in the world. A retard who's pro-fascist and wants to destroy America and put capitalists into concentration camps is the most popular political streamer. And he's a millionaire. Just doesn't make sense, does it? Thanks for the donation, though, James.
I don't know. I don't know I don't know the surrounding narrative or anything about it, but it was about there was doctors in the area. They would be able to procure organs.
No,
or-
that's no.
I'm telling you, they were in China with.
Okay, that one is like Shan Yun,
They're like, we
Falun
could
Gong.
get you an organ. From a Uyghur. But why is that? Is that really that crazy?
The Associated Press quietly fucking wrote an article that didn't get a lot of coverage in mainstream media about how like, okay, well, all the concentration camps have been closed now. It's like all the re-education camps are closed now in fucking Xinjiang, and it's like very different vibes in Xinjiang. And now it's the tourism hour.
Let's see what the Associated Press actually had to say about this. These are all AP articles from the last 2 years. UK independent body reports China committed genocide in Xinjiang. China sanctioned a US research firm and 2 individuals over a report about the human rights violations in Xinjiang.
It's the tourism hour.
To China's fury, UN accuses Beijing of Uyghur rights abuses.
Tourism hour.
Uyghur County in China has the highest prison rate in the world. 1 in 25 people is in a Chinese prison.
It's the tourism hour.
48 Uyghurs detained in Thailand for almost 11 years on hunger strike to protest their imminent deportation to China, where they face imprisonment or execution. Not only does this AP article seem not to exist, reading the AP proved exactly the opposite. Hasan has happily eaten up the Chinese propaganda on this and has regurgitated it to his mainstream audience. Why is he defending China's genocide of their Muslim population? How does this even make sense? It only makes sense if A, he's being paid, or B, he has the political complexities of a 5-year-old. I know America bad is a meme that people laugh at online, but with Hasan, this does actually seem to be the beginning and the end of his analysis.
2 principles. Let me explain to you. 2 principles that you should keep with you, coming from a person who's Turkish, okay? When you look at a situation in the Middle East, you look at what the local government is and who the Western forces are. Never align with the Western forces. So when I look at other countries, I look at the regional actor, whoever the regional power player is, and then I look at who is backed by the Western superpowers. That's a principle that you could take home with you. If you want to actually be moral or if you want to be smart about the way you analyze other countries, that's one basic principle that you can take home with you. All of a sudden, magically, you are above on your foreign policy analysis. You're going to be better off than 90% of people that look at the situation.
After seeing all of this, I was already getting uncomfortable with our partnership. I started to wonder if I had any idea who this guy actually is. And then, this happened.
We have breaking news out of Israel this morning where Hamas has launched a surprise attack within Israel's borders overnight.
After the shock of October 7th, I noticed a huge increase of anti-Semitic comments from Hasan's stream and Discord, including from his head mod. I was disturbed that Hasan was seemingly okay with this.
Can you, do you care that your chat is calling me racist? Do you make any attempt to modify?
I have not looked at my chat.
Moderate that
I
at
have
all?
not looked at my chat at all, but you
I
have
just
to
opened it, but don't you have moderators? Do you care at all about what your audience says about me?
There's 32,000 people in here right now.
I'm just trying to tell you guys how it feels. And I'm fucking shocked that you don't care that people in your chat are saying, who the fuck is this child called arrogant?
No, gore gum is not bad. It's just fine.
Ethan, I love you, but there's only so much I can do.
How can you be surprised when your Discord is literally full of fucking...
Ethan, I love you, but there's only so much I can do if you're making that argument. You know that, right? Like,
Hasan's chat had been calling me a Zionist, baby-killing genocider. Maybe it is unreasonable that I'm asking him to moderate his chat for a friend. He doesn't even know where I'm coming from because it's not something he would ever ask for.
And all these other content creators actually, you know, whipping their communities when their chat is going fucking absolutely bananas over random dumb shit and bringing my name up for no fucking reason. That you were just allowing that shit to run rampant in your chat, and I thought that was fucked up.
Ethan, I love you, but there's only so much I can do.
Especially as someone who thought we were fucking friends. I think that's a reasonable expectation for someone who you consider to be a friend.
The problem wasn't that he was pro-Palestinian, because I share a lot of those views, and I've been a stalwart supporter of the Palestinian cause for many years. The problem with Hasan's coverage, and a lot of people like him, was their complete lack of empathy for the Jewish people who were frankly slaughtered by Hamas. He refused to show even a crumb of empathy for the Jewish victims.
But listen to what this guy has to say.
As you might have seen, there was some sort of rave or desert party where they were having a great time until the resistance came in electrified hang gliders and took at least several dozen hipsters. But I'm sure they're doing very fine despite what the New York Post says. But nobody had seen this coming.
I mean, that's insane, right?
I don't even... Yeah, okay. Like...
Okay.
I don't...
I'm just criticizing people. You don't have to comment if you're not comfortable about it.
I honestly felt at times that he and his audience barely thought of Israelis as humans.
This dude just called babies militants.
No, I understand. And there are baby settlers as well. But there are baby settlers as well. There are babies in the settlements.
Part of running defense for Hamas.
This guy, literally in front of a Jew, just insinuated it's okay to kill Jewish babies in Israel because they're settler colonialists. Bruh. It's all just nonsense. I've been telling you this. We literally live in a stupid clown world. Everyone's a fucking idiot. This moron, Hasan, makes more in a year than most of you will make in your entire lives. The guy who thinks it's okay to kill Jewish babies makes more in a year than you will ever make in your entire lives. It's stupid. It's all dumb. Why are you so concerned with just dumb, trivial shit? You know, we're living in just dumb clown world where nothing's fair, everything's stupid. It's all a joke. So stop taking it seriously. Stop getting mad. There's no point. Just laugh at it. What gaming monitor you got, or have you got one, lol? I don't know what the fuck you mean by that. I'm pretty sure it's, what is it, a Samsung Odyssey G7 or something? Yeah, it's an Odyssey G7. Nigga advice, donate $2. Let me see.
So when was the last time you had an oil change on it?
Before I bought it?
Well, bye-bye, car. Yeah, well, she just completely destroyed her engine. That annoys the shit out of me, by the way. people who won't change the oil in their car, you can literally go to Jiffy Lube. It's like, what, 20, 40 bucks? Like, it's not even that expensive. You don't even have to do it that often. Like, you literally don't have to do it yourself, and you can get it done in like 10 minutes. And it's like the most important fundamental maintenance for an engine. Like, people literally bother buying cars that cost like $30, $40, $50, $60,000, and they never change the oil. It's just incomprehensible to me. I don't get it. It's like the people who won't brush their teeth, and then they complain, oh, the dentist bill is how much money? It's like, you literally never brushed your teeth, and you're complaining about spending like $3-4 grand at the dentist. It's like, what, $4 or something for a tube of toothpaste and a toothbrush? And it's just baffling. Like, people are just stupid.
A priest was stripped of his duties after making a controversial salute.
And my heart goes out to you.
Calvin Robinson led an Anglican Catholic Church congregation.
Yep. There's been a bunch of people who've emulated Elon Musk, and they've been fired from their jobs. They're fucking retarded. What am I doing wrong? These are 3 different girls and all the same results. Yeah, anytime a woman tells you she's busy, and especially when they give you explicit details. Got home at 5:30, made dinner, cleaned up. Yeah, it's just over.
Down, don't do it. Hey, no, stop, just calm down, don't do it.
Who the hell is this? Whatever, thanks for the donation, Nigga Advice.
Did you have a weed hangover from the other night? Also, fuck Hasan.
No, did not. Thanks for the donation though, Ali G.
Is downplaying the violence, specifically the sexual violence, which he's done a lot of.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much. So that's the other part of this problem that many people can't contend with. Like, the Palestinian resistance.
Jiffy Lube charged you 100. Did you actually... You realize they have, like, stupid shit in their pricing structure to overcharge you? So, they have, like, standard oil change, then they'll upcharge you for synthetic or something. Then there's, like, hot oil flush. And then they say, oh, we can check your brakes and your... transmission oil or radiator fluid, and then that'll like charge you. Then they'll charge you $100 when they're literally doing nothing. So if you just go there for a simple oil change, it's like $40. They probably like fleeced you.
Is not perfect. They're not like so good. They have magical bullets. The Palestinian resistance is not perfect. They're not like so good. They have magical bullets. Is not perfect.
Of course, if you compare the raw numbers, Gazans have lost a lot more than Israelis. 40,000 people have died, and neighborhoods have been completely flattened during this war. And while we should keep their plight at the top of our minds at all time, it also doesn't mean that we should disregard the lives of the Jewish people who are also affected by this, even if their suffering on the whole is not as great. Some of you may know that I'm an Israeli dual citizen. My wife is Israeli, my kids are half Israeli, and my entire in-law is Israeli. I lived there for 5 years, and I grew a closeness with the country and its people. One of the biggest issues between me, Hasan, and his community was that I'm in favor of a two-state solution, while they are in favor of a one-state solution. Their theory is that after the October 7th attack, Israel should just dissolve its borders and let Hamas enter Israel unrestrained.
What do you think Israel should have done in response to October 7th?
Instead of indiscriminately bombing Gaza, I think the first thing to do in that situation would be to dismantle the government in the way that it existed, like get Netanyahu out of power.
Okay. So you're saying Israel in
85%.
response.
Dude, this guy is just a whack job. After October 7th, Israel should have responded by impeaching their elected president? And like, dismantling their government, whatever the fuck that means. Like, by the way, this is just all coded dog whistles. What he's really saying is Israel should have gotten the message and left back to Europe or something and let the jihadists take over. That's what he's really trying to say. Dodo, donate $2. Who's old enough to remember Prigozhin? We estimate Trump's 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico and 10% tariffs on China will increase taxes by 1.2 trillion, reduce GDP by 0.4%, reduce employment by 344k jobs, result in an average tax increase of $830 per U.S. household. That's the tax foundation. I have a funny feeling it's gonna be a greater detriment to GDP, but what do I know? I'm not a tax expert.
Циничного отношения к смерти.
Все-таки циничного отношения, да? Вот вы так
Да, наверное, да?
Смерть это не конец, это всего лишь начало чего-то другого.
Да. Мы все попадем в ад, но в аду мы будем лучше.
Абсолютно.
The man who was closest to overthrowing Putin.
We are merely looking at parts of the big bureaucracy where there has been tremendous waste and fraud and abuse. In that process, we identified and stopped $50 million being sent to Gaza to buy condoms for Hamas. 50 million. And you know what's happened to them? They've used them as a method of making bombs.
What in the fuck? Where in the hell did he get this? Is he, like, completely fucking losing it at this point? Like, does he know where he is? Did he not realize he was, like, doing a press conference? Oh my god. He's claiming Biden spent $50 million to send condoms to Gaza, and they used the condoms to make bombs. What the fuck? I just can't imagine where he got that.
50 million. So it turns out that's not true.
the Biden administration did not, in fact, provide $50 million for condoms for Hamas. This has been fact-checked. In fact, DropSite News found the documentation about the federal grant, and here's what they discovered. Turns out the United States did send $50 million for STD prevention to Gaza, $83 million to be exact. Just so happens it was sent to the province of Gaza in Mozambique.
Oops.
A country located on the southeastern coast of Africa.
Well, that would make a hell of a lot more sense, wouldn't it? So he read like a briefing or something. Didn't read the full thing, like just assumed, oh, it was Gaza, you know, near Israel. And then made up the story that Hamas used condoms to make bombs. Like he literally just made that part up.
Skip to 823 man killed for setting fire to Quran.
That was the Iraq, the guy from Iraq, right?
An Iraqi refugee on trial for burning a Quran has been shot dead in Sweden. Salwan Momika was hours away from being sentenced when he was gunned down in an apartment near Stockholm. 5 people have been arrested. Sweden's Prime Minister said the incident could be linked to a foreign power.
Yeah, Sweden is a completely cucked bitch country. They may even be worse than the UK. They've passed legislation to like ban Islamophobia, and burning the Quran is seen as like a hate crime or something there now. And before their sentencing an ex-Muslim for burning the Quran, the guy gets murdered by fucking Muslim jihadists. So they're literally trying to protect the religious group that goes around murdering political dissidents.
38-year-old sparked unrest in 2023 when he set light to a copy of Islam's holy book outside a mosque in the Swedish capital. Tens of thousands have protested across Germany after the country's conservative bloc pushed through an anti-immigration bill with the help of the Alternative for Germany party. While it's non-binding, the CDU-CSU broke ranks with a long-held consensus against working with far-right factions. CDU's leader says the bill was necessary regardless of who chose to back it. Germany's general election will be held next month.
Europe. Thanks for the donation, ABC.
Okay, so again, the Palestinian people in Gaza, Hamas in Gaza, did not receive $50 million worth of US condoms from that grant like President Trump suggested earlier today. So that has not happened, but that's hilarious.
Yeah, dude, that guy chose the wrong country to flee to. Sweden lets in everybody. It's like an open border state. They let in all the fucking crazy wacko Muslims from all over the fucking world. And if you're gonna protest against, and yeah, even more stupid, they've literally like made it a hate crime there to burn the Quran. So if you're like a refugee from Iraq and you're an ex-Muslim, like that is the worst fucking country to pick. You're just surrounded with radical Muslims that'll kill you.
I also noticed a community note on allegations that the Biden administration sent $50 million worth of condoms to Hamas. The community notes reads as follows. This is a grant for AIDS/HIV prevention in Mozambique, a country in Africa. So you get the point. And by the way, I think this is another example of how the community notes feature on X is actually fantastic. I like it. Sure, there might be issues here and there, but generally speaking, you know, the community notes does a good job providing nuance, correcting, inaccuracies in people's posts on X. So I appreciate that. So no, just to repeat myself, the Biden administration did not provide condoms for Hamas. As for Hamas, though, there is some reporting from Bloomberg dating back to 2018, claiming that Hamas had used condoms to create bombs. Here's a photo of the head.
Another plane crash in USA, near me in Philadelphia.
Yeah, somebody already sent me that. Yeah, planes are literally falling out of the sky as soon as Trump got elected. Thanks for the donation, Chillis Lawyer. Dodo donate $2. Do you think that'd happen to you if you set a Quran on fire outside a mosque? I mean, would they kill you or no, because you're not an ex-Muslim also? Like, I've broken their cardinal sin. Like, I made fun of the Prophet Muhammad and everything. I got a lot of death threats from Muslims. I don't know if there's enough crazy radical Muslims here to, basically, be lucky enough to have one of them hunt me down and kill me. They may be a little worried attacking me because they know I'd try to kill them if they broke in and stuff. And they would probably need firearms too if they were coming after me. Most of these Muslims are 5'6", short, fat, hairy. So I could probably just kick their ass. Yeah, people sent me this already. Yeah, I've already seen. Show me the data, RFK Jr.
His response should scare the American public, and it should scare Senator Cassidy.
Yeah, when he says, show me the data, it almost should be read as, I don't trust any data. That's the only two ways you can kind of put it together, given when he's talking about hepatitis B vaccine especially. And he says he's not anti-vaccine. We know that that is fundamentally can't be true because he does not trust science, which also led to another very striking moment with Senator Maggie Hasan. Let me play this for you.
I am the proud mother of a 36-year-old young man with severe cerebral palsy. Please do not suggest that anybody in this body of either political party doesn't want to know what the cause of autism is. The problem with this witness's response on the autism cause and the relationship to vaccines is because he's relitigating and churning settled science so we can't go forward.
And find the cause of autism is what she's talking about. How is that going to manifest, meaning his refusal to accept accepted science? How is that going to manifest, do you think, or fear, if he is in charge of HHS?
Well, his continual beating of the drum that vaccines cause autism continues to have an effect. So, for example, there was a paper recently published in the Journal of the American Medical Association that found that children with autism are less likely to get vaccinated than children who don't have autism. And in addition, younger siblings of those children who don't have autism, unlike their older sibling, also are less likely to get vaccinated. So what he's doing is he's lowering vaccination rates by sounding this false alarm that vaccines cause autism, and he simply refuses to agree. I think the thing that got me about Senator Cassidy, who I thought was very thoughtful in this.
Yeah, FK Jr.'s a piece of shit. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Faggot donated $2. Let me see.
A lot of people have asked me why I'm vegetarian. Because I am, and I've never eaten meat on purpose my entire life, like maybe if vegetarianism, and it seemed to still make sense. All those arguments I always heard that, you shouldn't kill animals. And now that is totally shifted. Like now it's like, no, atheism means a lot to me. Cat died of whatever.
Boring.
Every single day, one of the protesters drives by Dylan's house.
Boring.
He's so friendly. You know, and here's the thing, he called...
Boring. Thanks for the donation, faggot.
Love you, VG, but you're wrong about some Snowden stuff. He didn't flee to China, he fled to Hong Kong. The whole release of documents and his traveling was literally documented on film and released in this movie.
He flew to China. He might have landed in Hong Kong because he wouldn't have needed like a special visa or anything to go directly into China. But he fled to China. So just because he landed in Hong Kong first, that doesn't mean anything.
And often know that every in the
Sorry, I don't Joseph.
Yeah, Snowden's a piece of shit. Thanks for that donation, Allergy. Zaniba donated $2. Do you still do hobby photography? Haven't done it in a while. And have you ever done this type of street photography? I'm way too self-conscious to ever attempt this.
Me and the people I take a picture of, I invade their space and try to make something happen with the camera when I go in very close. You really do trespass in a way on their space.
No, I've never done that. Thanks for the donation, Zaniba.
Nigga. What the fuck?
Yes, I've seen the plane crash already, thank you. Thanks for the donation, retard. Just random vids, donate $2. Let me see. Oh. Oh. Oh my god, the rabbit did it. Whoa. Oh my god, the rabbit is sentient. Oh, that's a good rabbit. I don't let the rabbits on bed because they piss on bed. I don't know how the fuck these people have their rabbits running around on bed. Like, our rabbits always pissed on bed. We couldn't let them on. I have no idea. Thoughts?
Now imagine if the roles were reversed. You think Soy Boy...
Soy Boy himself messaged me and confirmed that yes, he was the one in the background that wasn't reacting to this guy getting abused by the girl. And the reason he didn't react is because he thought it was funny to watch. And then blamed the guy for getting abused because of things that he said to her. My final question to Soy Boy was, if he was the first one to start punching her because of something that she had said, you wouldn't have stepped in? And he said, I would, of course, because it's a woman getting punched. I rest my case, Your Honor.
Yep. Hold up, isn't Trump supposed to be at the inauguration? What is bro doing in the crowd with Kim Jong-un?
Fucking peasants. Have you fucking executed and sent to the concentration camp, all of you? Get out of the way, you fucking peasants.
Some good cosplay. Thanks for the donation, random vids.
Headline, and you can see the fun photo that they used in the reporting showing floating condoms. Flaming condoms are the newest threat to southern Israel, the headline read, which is crazy, but I wanted to give you some excerpts as well. It is behind a paywall, but here's what they wrote. Sometimes tied together for added buoyancy, the inflated prophylactics are attached to gas-soaked rags, other burning items, or explosive devices, then flown over the border like balloons into southern Israel, where they set fire to farmlands and nature reserves. The military has struggled to deal with these crude but effective weapons. It initially employed drones to take them down as they crossed the border, but hundreds eluded.
I never said I'd vote for RFK Jr. if he was a Democrat.
The high-tech challenge. So.
Okay. So apparently I was wrong about that.
You know, Mint, you're very stupid and you always ask very stupid questions or say very stupid things in chat. I'm this fucking close to just permanently banning you. You're such a fucking retard. Could you, like, go fuck yourself?
So there's a bunch of things to say, two different issues. But first, on the community notes, I agree with you. I like them. I've said for 20 years straight here, stop canceling people and stop firing them. Just have more conversation, right? So the community notes, in a sense, gives you more facts and more conversation instead of.
Hold on, dude. You're saying in response to this terrorist attack, Israel should have dismantled their own government.
The first set of actions would be to democratically take Netanyahu out of power. Yes.
The problem is that Israel's been at war with its neighbors for 70 plus years, and it makes a lot of sense that there'd be some distrust there. Is it really insane to think that Jews, as an ethnic minority in Israel, would not be safe? After all, Israel is a country of refugees. If the Jews didn't come from Europe after the Holocaust, they came from the surrounding Arab countries that expelled them in massive amounts following the 1948 war. In fact, there was more Jews displaced than Palestinians during the Nakba. 1 million Jews. All of these surrounding Arab countries had vibrant Jewish communities in huge number, hundreds of thousands. Now, if you look at them, you're looking at close to, if not literally, 0 Jews left in these countries.
Just to give you an idea, here's a visual representation of the Jewish.
Can you debate destiny on Muslim immigration? See if he's he's not in his Discord.
Refugees after 1948. Morocco had 265,000 Jews. Now it has 2,000. Algeria had 140,000. Now it has about 50. Iraq had 150,000 Jews. Now 10. And I want to give a special shout out to my boy over in Afghanistan. One known Jew. We know him. We love him. He's the one.
Do you have any friends that play console? Do you hate them and would you fuck their mothers? PC is king, fuck console players and fuck niggers.
I do have a friend that plays on console, and he also happens to be my best friend, but I keep telling him to get a PC. Thanks for the donation, though, PC Master Race.
An Afghan Jew.
They were forced to leave their homes, their lives, their property, and migrate to the only place in the world that would accept them, which was Israel. The irony of this whole situation is that after the 1948 war, when Israel won the war to declare its independence, the Arab countries got super anti-Semitic against their own Jewish citizenry that had nothing to do with Israel. And as a result, they kicked them all out, 1 million plus of them, and forced them to go the one place they hated the most, Israel. And now those same people that forced them out of their homes are telling them they don't belong there. So if the Jews of Israel are surrounded by Islamic militant terrorist groups that have stated their goal is to annihilate Israel as a Jewish state, and considering the historical context of Jews being pogromed from Arab countries, is it really that crazy for them to not feel safe as an ethnic minority, even a little bit?
And that's pretty much the entirety of our disagreement.
That was fucking hilarious. We might need to be very careful with Trump. This doofus could start World War III purely by accident. I genuinely want a neurologist to do a brain scan on him, because it would be fascinating to analyze his thought processes.
Yeah, like, if the guy could make a blunder like that, it's kind of insane that he's in control of the government and military and shit. Thanks for the donation though, Riley.
Proposition: if Mint provides evidence you said you would vote for RFK, he gets modded. If Mint can't provide evidence, permaban. 5 minutes to provide evidence.
Well, he's not going to do that, so I might as well just ban him. Thanks for the donation though, Majin Buu.
Bungus?
Okay, that's safe to watch on stream. Seems like that guy had some Sambo training. That is AI and fake. Well, that's lovely. Oh. Oh my goodness. Oh my God. Oh, that dog is picking oranges. Wow. He's like a person. Oh my God, he is a person. Oh, that is amazing. Poor dog. Oh, poor doggy. That is a very weird Pikachu. Thanks for the donation, Pikachu at home.
I get why no one likes you. You're a total douche and have zero humility. You lack a soul cause you given it to a bunch of retarded furry animals, cause animals can't hurt you. Totally makes sense. You have intellect but you have zero emotional intelligence.
There's no such thing as emotional intelligence. That's just a stupid term women made up so that they could have an excuse for not being good at math. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
Agreement. Despite what you've read on TikTok and Twitter, I've donated $6,500 to a Palestinian charity after the war started.
Hey, Ethan Klein, thank you for the dono. Ethan Klein gave $6,500. My goat. Thank you, Ethan.
Condemned Netanyahu as a war criminal. They're led by Netanyahu, who should resign in disgrace and go to prison for being a war criminal. Called the West Bank settlements an abomination. Settlers in the West Bank are religious zealots. They're monsters. They're genocidal. I've even said the West Bank settlers are valid military targets. When you talk about like colonial settlers and stuff, like that's what's actually happening in the West Bank right now. And these people are more or less valid military targets, in my opinion. My only crime is wanting a two-state solution instead of one, and thinking it's not okay to kill Israeli civilians. That's it. That's why they're calling me a Nazi Zionist. And because of Hasan and others spreading this malicious lie about my beliefs, I'm even getting harassed on the street.
So how come you don't like Palestine?
I like Palestine.
No, you don't.
Why do you say that?
Because
I love my 9-inch trans girlfriend. Donated $2. Trump just confirmed the pilot of the Philadelphia airplane crash today was a transgender. He was also black and gay, black gay tranny pilot. Don't know if that's true. Probably would have heard about that by now. But thanks for the donation. I love my 9-inch trans girlfriend.
Because, bro, you're... wasn't she in the IDF?
Yeah.
Oh, damn, that's crazy.
Mandatory service.
That's sad. That's terrorism, bro.
She was born there.
That's sad. Feel bad for you guys. Ethan Klein, bro, you're ugly as fuck, bro. You're ugly as shit. You look like a rapist, bro. You look like a fucking rapist, Ethan. Feel bad for you guys. Keep declining, bro. You're ugly as fuck, bro. You're ugly as shit. You look like a rapist, bro. I'm tired of all these coward Americans in the South trying to act like they're so tough. Oh, I'm American. Oh, you don't even run your own country. You don't run your own country, bro. You don't run your own country. A foreign country named Israel runs your country. Oh my God, bro. I love you, Hasan. Can I give you a hug, bro? I'm so sweaty, bro. I love you, bro. I'm so sweaty. I love you, bro. I have to interview you. You're my hero, bro. I love you, bro. You're the coolest guy in the world, bro. Hold on, I think I look gay now.
Oh, these people are just scum. We need to bring back dueling.
Okay, 3, 2, 1.
Hold on, I think I look gay now.
Okay.
It's a funny thing about me. I don't like terrorism, and I don't like terrorists. If they're Jews, Christians, Muslims, they're all bad. What is terrorism? It's intentionally targeting civilian population for political goals. I don't like it. None of it. And over time, I started to learn that my co-host, he really likes terrorists.
They do musicals. They're very musical people. Are you being serious? Dog, what do you look? You think I made this? I know they're singing, but I'm seeing this guns and shit. This isn't a music video, Hasan. Taking over these ships, they started targeting the ships.
People on this helicopter right now?
Yes.
They're streaming this?
Yeah. Yeah, they're flexing.
What? And they're coming in hot with guns?
Yeah, but you have to understand, this is a deterrent. We think the Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do. You should tell him that.
Hezbollah is a paramilitary organization.
Do you like them or no?
I don't have an issue with them, let's just say. But they are a terrorist organization. Like, they're designated. They are designated by the American state as a terrorist organization.
I do not like them then.
Well,
he is regarded as a pretty brilliant a person in terms of like everything that he's done.
Then I saw clips like this where Hasan is explaining how he's hiding his power level to funnel in normies into radicalization.
I think that in the short term, in order to combat against that, you have to advocate for a much lighter form of propaganda. You want America.
Vegan Irishman donated $2. Want to say base take to Conor McGregor's tweet, but at the same time, it's still Conor McGregor. Do you give this a W? To raise a flag of a terrorist organization on Irish soil must become a major crime in the eyes of our state, will not be tolerated nor allotted. Raise a country flag off your own person and off of government building, yes, no problem. Raise the flag of radicalized terror organizations off of the same big problem. Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a tricky problem with, like, to not intrude on free speech, but when you're talking about terrorist organizations, that seems to cross a line. You probably should be able to lock these people in jail for, what could you call it? Like, I guess you could argue it would violate some sort of hate speech law. Like, I think what you could do is, if you could prove that they do in fact support the terrorist organization, the flag they're holding up, you could, like, designate them as a terrorist, since if they're supporting the terrorist organization, so classifying them as a terrorist, that would probably get them fired from just about any job. So if that were to show up on their criminal record, they wouldn't be able to work and they'd, effectively be made homeless. I think that'd be a good way to go about it. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Irishman. I would say that's a base take from Connor.
Most people don't truly value truth and reason until after they've been lied to or scammed. To say that emotional intelligence doesn't exist proves my point. Tell us some more in a monotone voice why there's no emotional element to reason, Frankenstein.
Can you even define what emotional intelligence is? Like, that is just the dumbest fucking horseshit I've ever fucking heard in my life. It's just some retarded feminist bullshit. So that they could argue like fucking mentally retarded people. Oh, they're still intelligent. They just have a different type of intelligence. They know feelings. Like, yeah, if you put out a lit cigarette on somebody's forehead and they start crying, like, I don't think you need to be intelligent to know that hurts. So, emotional intelligence is just fucking nonsense. It's not a thing. Thanks for the donation, retard.
In the way that I feel about it, and if you want America to get out of the way for places with more revolutionary potential to do what they would normally do, I think that, you know, one thing you have to do is advocate for a lighter form, while simultaneously still doing agitated propaganda that goes beyond, you know, social democratic idea.
I just wanted to like put emphasis on the exact point of the so-called radicalization funnel, where, for example, Hasan and JT catch them while they're young, as they say, and then they start looking into this new idea, etc., and then move forwards through the funnel, get more and more informed, get more and more radicalized. Now, you do your part in the funnel for the cause, or whatever the fuck you want to call it. You're doing, in my modest opinion, a great thing for the cause.
Now listen to Hasan during our very first conversation lie to me about how he's a social democrat to hide his power level.
We should move towards a Sweden-style economy or a Norway-style economy, which would be a social democracy.
You have to advocate for a much lighter form of propaganda.
With robust social safety nets.
Called radicalization funnel, catch them while they're young, as they say.
And protections for workers, like higher unionization rates.
A lighter form, while simultaneously still doing...
By the way, like, this is the exact type of person that Republicans and right-wingers use to argue against good social programs like universal health care. Like they always gaslight you into saying, oh, as soon as we socialize healthcare, well, bye-bye capitalism, we're all going to be communist, you're going to have all your money taken away from the government. And you literally have dipshits like Hasan who openly admit, like, yeah, that's their goal. They want to just slowly socialize everything and then eventually turn the world communist. So these dipshits give validity to that claim, that slippery slope argument. Oh, as soon as we socialize healthcare, goodbye freedom. The government's going to tell you what to do and you're not going to make any money and they're going to give you your beet rations. He is such a fucking worthless asshole. Real donated $2. Let me see.
Hit it now, go.
Is there a reason you're sending me this? Debate this fag on veganism.
Blessed by Christ. Now go forth and suck my dong.
A single including duet with Professor Sargent? Yeah, probably. I mean, I got that file and I have not yet been able to work that into you know, our setup here, but it's in my plans there at Limited Light. I really appreciate you sending that to me. Okay.
I can't type in his chat and he doesn't have like a StreamYard link or anything. Thanks for the donation, Real.
Doing agitated propaganda that goes beyond social democratic ideas.
Hell, he's proclaimed it loudly that he is a self-described propagandist.
I'm a propagandist. Well, no, I'm not calling you that. I'm just saying, I'm going to play you.
I'm saying I am.
Okay, well then,
I'm saying I am.
I just
before
want to
you even play it.
A propagandist is much more than someone with a bias. It's someone who knowingly lies to further their...
Emotional intelligence is being established by psychological institutions. That really doesn't mean much. The ability to understand, use, and manage your own emotions in positive ways to relieve stress, communicate effectively, empathize with other, overcome challenges, and diffuse conflict. This is retarded. Why? Like, that is just a dumb, retarded definition of emotional intelligence. Why would you have to be able to use your emotions in a positive way? How do they even define what is positive? Like, if I could use my emotions and understand other people's emotions, then I can use that to my advantage to manipulate people and get what I want. I can use that to scam people, to get people I don't like to turn against each other, to get ahead. Like, that is an intelligent use of like understanding of other people's emotions, including your own. Why would that not be intelligent? Because it's not positive. Like, it's positive to you, might not be positive to society or people around you. And I mean, there's nothing like that is just intelligence. There's nothing. What does the word emotional have to do in this context? Like, being able to understand what other people are feeling. I don't understand what emotional intelligence is, like what utility it has in that phrase. That's just intelligence. Being able to understand somebody else's perspective. This is just fucktarded. Psychology is kind of it's not a hard science, and like a lot of subjects that are in the humanities, they're filled with retarded feminist nonsense. Like that's all this is. Mental Health America. Let me see if there's other definitions. So this is a better definition. The ability to manage both your own emotions and understand the emotions of people around you. Again, I still don't understand what utility emotional has in emotional intelligence. Like, to me, that just sounds like intelligence, period. Self-awareness, self-regulation, motivation, empathy, and social skills. People with high emotional intelligence can identify how they're feeling. That is just retarded. Like, should we develop like a new stupid category of intelligence? Physical intelligence. It's the ability to understand that you're in physical pain when somebody stabs you in the knee. It just retarded. What those feelings mean. Your feelings don't mean anything. They're feelings. They're not logical. There's no meaning behind them. And how those emotions impact their behavior and in turn other people. It's a little harder to manage the emotions of other people. You can't control how someone feels or behaves, but you can identify the emotions behind their behavior and have a better understanding. Oh my god. High EI overlaps with strong interpersonal skills, especially in the areas of conflict management and communication. Oh, conflict management. If someone is being a complete fucking dickhead and you punch them in the fucking face and knock their teeth out, that's conflict management. If they stop because you punched them in the face, you just managed the conflict. Like there's a very clear implication that somebody with high emotional intelligence will find a nonviolent means of, you know, dealing with interpersonal issues. Violence is the most effective way to deal with any kind of problem. Because if you can use violence to control other people and get away with it, it is the quickest, most efficient way to put people in line. There is nothing more straightforward and easier to do than to enact violence on somebody to get them to do something you want. So when they say this, it's just, again, retarded feminist horseshit. Like, there's a reason why men fight more often. Like, there's a reason why men in general are more violent. It's because we have that capability to use violence to get what we want. We're bigger, stronger, more aggressive. Are men, like, less emotionally intelligent because we're bigger and stronger and we know we can use that to to get what we want? I don't see why it would necessarily entail that. That is retarded. And by the way, also hilarious. Women are terrible at self-regulating their emotions. They complain, whine, have anxiety attacks all the fucking time. And I know a lot of people say this bullshit, like, oh, women are more emotionally intelligent. Yeah. That's why women have higher rates of suicidal depression and fail committing suicide more often than men.
I'm vegan gains. I think animal rights are a moral imperative because I value sentience. You should watch Dominion, it will reveal to you how horrible it is when we don't value sentience. Emotions have nothing to do with intellect. I'm vegan gains.
Low IQ is associated with a lack of ability to empathize. I think people, I can't remember the exact number, but I think below an IQ of 85, people generally end up lacking the ability to put themselves in another person's position. Like, they're so stupid they can't imagine themselves being somebody else. So again, that's just evidence against the idea of emotional intelligence. It's just directly linked with intelligence. If you are intelligent, you will be able to have abstract thought and you'll be able to put yourself in someone else's position. It's just intelligence. There's no such thing as emotional intelligence. That is just some retarded DEI feminist bullshit that they came up with. That makes no sense. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Watch what Snowden has to say times stamp 413.
It was from here that British intelligence monitors the world's internet traffic.
GCHQ has probably the most invasive network intercept program anywhere in the world, and it's the world's first full take, they call it, and that means content in addition to metadata on everything.
In return for feeding traffic into here, Cable and Wireless was paid millions of pounds a year. The project was costing £1 million a month at one point. But I've seen evidence that Cable and Wireless didn't just give GCHQ access to the data of its own customers. Cable and Wireless also gave the spies access to the internet traffic of another rival telecoms network, massively expanding the amount of surveillance they could do. Cable and Wireless ran its data through a cable owned by an Indian company called Reliance Communications. The cable stretches from Asia.
So, by the way, this whole the government spying on you thing is kind of fucking retarded. The internet is a public utility. So if whatever you're doing isn't encrypted end to end, the assumption of privacy is a little ridiculous. So yeah, if you use a public utility, I don't know why it wouldn't be assumed that a public utility company or whoever they decide to work with, the government, I don't know, organized crime, you name it, they could get access to your data. Again, it's a public utility. If you want to use end-to-end encryption to protect some of your communications, that's your prerogative. You can also use a VPN. That largely hides your, data and traffic. But yeah, like Edward Snowden blowing the whistle. He didn't really blow the whistle on anything. This is just stupid nonsense that somebody who is uninformed would think is like mind-blowing. So yeah, this is just something that would scare a stupid normie who doesn't really understand the fucking situation, but it's just retarded. Thanks for the donation, Aaron from England. Dodo, donate $2. Elizabeth Warren is considering running for president in 2024. Is it a good idea? Was this inappropriate? So he's going to tariff the European Union. Okay. Elizabeth Warren is not going to become president. And there's two main reasons for that. One, she is a woman. Two, she's not a strong, competent leader that anybody can rely on. This is the idiot who claimed she's like part Mohican or something. Like, again, Donald Trump, he makes a lot of gaffes, but he was right when he called her Pocahontas. Like, it was a complete joke and she looked like a fucking idiot. So anybody who'd say something so fucking stupid, like, nobody's gonna vote for them. And again, she's a woman and a Democrat. Trump can say some of the stupidest shit imaginable and get away with it. She can't. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Hi VG, been forever. How have you been? Heard about you and Jasmine, sorry to hear and if I'm a bit late. Hope you're doing alright.
I don't know why anyone thinks I feel bad about the breakup. I don't know why they think they should feel sorry for me. Is there a problem with having more money? Like, I like to make money and keep it, and I like to have the money, like, pile up in my bank account. I'm not exactly sad that somebody who is taking money out of my bank account is gone out of my life. I don't know why anyone assumes that. Thanks for the donation, Mola. Son Goku donated $2. Let me see. Thanks for the donation, Son Goku. Abel donate $2. Is violence okay on kids to discipline them and get them in line? No, thanks for the donation. Dodo donate $2. Nigga, play the audio. I read the thing. I don't know why I need to play the audio.
Allahu Akbar! Allahu Akbar! What?
Also, are you biased against female presidential candidates? Name 3 females you think are qualified to be president of the U.S. I don't know of any right now. Like, Hillary Clinton is far more competent than Trump. Like, at least mentally. Like, she's a lot smarter. She's better at her job, quote unquote. The issue with Hillary, though, is she's a lying, immoral person. So you have no idea what you're really going to get with Hillary Clinton. She's admitted that she has her own personal beliefs and then lies about her personal beliefs for political gain. So she might say that she's, I don't know, like, anti-immigration, but she's really pro-immigration. And, you know, she'll say, oh, yeah, I'm anti-immigration, like, if she thinks that'll get her political points, but then when she gets elected in the office, she might do something completely different. She was against giving gay people a right to marry. I don't think she really cared personally, but she just said that because she thought it was a politically popular opinion at the time. So I don't like people like that. She would have certainly been more competent than Trump, but she, like, it's, you can say the same thing about Trump. Like, he has a lot of moral failings himself, but I don't like Hillary, and I don't like how the Democratic Party decided to run Hillary rather than, you know, somebody like Bernie Sanders. But I don't know of any viable political candidates that are women. I don't even know of any women that I'd want to be in office. I have no idea. And to be fair, right now, I don't know of any men who I'd want to be president at the moment. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
No man, I didn't mean it in that way, not that I need to feel sorry for you, I guess it's just something people say when they hear people broke up. All right, all is well then. Glad to hear.
Why would you say something just because other people say it? Like, are you just a fucking tool who can't think for yourself? Do you just do what other people do? Oh, nobody wipes their ass? Everybody walks around with dirty ass cheeks? I guess I won't wipe either. I guess I'll walk around with the dirty ass and get my, like, shit stains all over my underwear since everybody else is doing it. Like, it's fine if you ask me, are you doing okay after the breakup? How are you feeling? I'm just wondering how you're doing. But no. Oh, sorry that you broke up. Oh, like, why would you assume that you have to feel sorry for me? It's just retarded. Like, why do something just because other people do it or say it? Thanks for the donation, emotional intelligence. Or not emotional intelligence, Mola.
Poll chat on if they think emotional intelligence is important.
I don't really care what anybody in chat thinks. If they think emotional intelligence is important, then they're just fucking stupid because emotional intelligence doesn't exist. There's intelligence. Intelligence exists. Intelligence is important. There's no such thing as emotional intelligence. This concept of emotional intelligence was made up by dumb fucking cunts who are too stupid to get a nursing degree, let alone become a doctor, and they decided to come up with a stupid fucking concept called emotional intelligence so they could tell everybody, I'm bad at math, I'm bad at reading, I'm bad at technical skills, I'm bad at everything, but I understand how I feel. I understand when someone's crying, they're probably sad. I am emotionally intelligent. Like, yeah, I think just about fucking everybody can see. If somebody's, like, crying, they're sad. If somebody's laughing, they're happy. I'm emotionally intelligent. I can tell when people are happy or sad. Great. And these same fucking women who claim they're emotionally intelligent are the same fucking women who will bitch and complain about fucking everything, have a fucking panic attack and breakdown over the littlest fucking shit. It's a fucking joke. There's no such thing as emotional intelligence. Thanks for the donation, dude. 21st Savage and Tillers, nigga, you're still on your period. This is actually getting tiring and boring. You're literally acting like a female on her period. You're overly emotional and moody and bitchy and probably learned it from Jasmine. You were like this yesterday too. Well, that's good. Thanks for the donation, 21st Savage.
I see your depression has slowly but surely been coming back. 6 months ago I feel like I'm at peace. There's no reason to get annoyed or frustrated anymore, nothing matters. But over time, especially today and yesterday, you've clearly become emotional.
Okay, that's great. Thanks for the donation, 21st Savage.
Their political agenda.
And then I had a terrifying vision. Had I been duped? Was Hasan presenting a...
Dodo donators, men you would want to be president, Brian Johnson, Mark Cuban, Bill Gates. I think you'd be happy with any of these, but can't come up with a single woman you can think of. There's not really any realistic possibility for them to run for president and be a viable candidate. Especially in this political climate, no fucking chance Bill Gates would ever become president. This guy is talking about taxing anybody who makes over, what was he saying, like 30 million? 90%. And again, the American voting base is fucking retarded. Americans see themselves as temporarily embarrassed billionaires. So they've been gaslit by Republicans for the longest fucking time. Oh, all the Democrats, they want to tax you so you can't become rich. As soon as you start making money, they're going to take all your money away, then you ain't going to be rich no more. You could have been a billionaire, but, oh, the Democrats took all the money away. And then you have Bill Gates coming along saying, yeah, I'm going to tax anybody making over 30 million, 90%. Then you have dickhead Joe fucking idiot who works at fucking Home Depot making like what, $9 an hour living in a fucking trailer park. Oh, I'm not going to vote for Bill Gates. If I wins the lottery, I'm going to get 90% of my money taken away. Like, that's how Americans think. They're fucking retarded. So Bill Gates isn't a viable candidate. Mark Cuban, I also don't see that as a possibility. I could see him running for president in the future, maybe-ish, just because he seems politically interested, but no. I just don't see that happening. His association with Kamala Harris and everything, and him not being part of the right-wing billionaire club, you know, he's just not saying the right things. Like, again, this is a guy who's for higher taxes for, you know, millionaires and billionaires. And again, Joe Idiot making $9 an hour in a trailer park. I ain't gonna vote for Mark Cuban. He's gonna take my money away when I win the lottery. So, yeah, they'll vote for, like, Donald Trump or Elon Musk or something who says, I'm gonna cut taxes for the rich because idiots making $9 an hour think they're gonna benefit from that once they win the lottery. And Brian Johnson, I don't see him ever running for president. Like, that's just never going to happen. But, yeah, I don't know of any... I don't know of any women who would, you know, be a viable political candidate. Like, in terms of whether I'd want Bill Gates to be president, like, yeah, sure. Bill Gates seems like a smart enough guy. And I probably agree with most of his political takes. He seems like an anti-gun cuck, though, so I don't know about that one. Brian Johnson, like... Again, none of these people have any experience in government either, so I have no idea how they'd be as a president. But yeah, I can't think of any women that I'd want to, you know, be president. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
If emotional intelligence and intelligence are the same thing, you should ace this.
I'm assuming they're gonna ask for my fucking email or some stupid shit. I read other people by their expressions. I don't become defensive when criticized. I handle feedback effectively. Really enjoy caring about other people. Couldn't be fucked. I am at my best in the morning. Say in the middle. I often find it hard to judge if something is rude or impolite. I try not to be judgmental. What kind of stupid fucking question is that? Okay, this test is written by a retarded feminist. What use is it to not be judgmental? I try not to judge people? Oh, really? I try not to judge people who are Nazis who want to exterminate Jews. I try not to judge child rapists. Like, what kind of stupid fucking question is that? If somebody's doing something that I disagree with, obviously I'm going to judge them. Go fuck yourself. Yeah, bullshit. I can stay calm under pressure. Yeah, sure. I manage stress and anxiety while pursuing a goal. I always feel stressed whenever I have something to do now. I don't accept criticism in my job. I don't like mistakes. I don't know what the fuck they mean by that. Like, do they mean other people making mistakes? Do they mean when I make mistakes? What type of mistakes? I have no idea how to fucking answer this because, again, this survey was made, I can guarantee you, by some dumb fucking feminist cunt who just, oh, I have emotional intelligence. I couldn't get a nursing degree because I'm too stupid, but I made this survey. I have emotional intelligence. I can gauge people's emotions. Yeah, you can't even write a fucking survey that makes any fucking sense, you dumbass. When making a mistake, I try to solve it in the best way. Sure, I always hold my feelings. What does it mean to hold your feelings? Like, hide your feelings? Is that what they're saying? This was literally written by a fucking retard. Holy fuck, this is stupid. What does it mean to hold your feeling? Like, yeah, I have my feelings right here. I hold on to them. Oh, you know what? Oh, my feelings are in my crotch. Oh, yeah, I'm holding my feelings. Oh my God, my feelings. Oh, they're just so pent up. Oh, Jesus, I just spurted out all my feelings. Oh my God, this is fucking stupid. What the fuck does this... Please, in chat, explain to me what the fuck this could possibly mean. I hold my feelings. I wasn't aware that feelings were something you could hold on to. I'm literally baffled by what this could possibly mean. Do they mean hide your feelings and, like, make it so people aren't aware of them? Do they mean, like, observe your feelings? Like, you're very observant to your feelings? What do they fucking mean? I have no clue how to fucking answer this. Okay, I'll just put it in the middle, because who the fuck knows? I always try to hide my emotions. Oh, well, there you go. It couldn't possibly mean... Did they mean hold back? Is that what they meant? Well, yeah, clearly having emotional intelligence doesn't mean you're intelligent enough to actually write out a fucking question that makes sense. I always try to hide my emotions. No? Like, by the way, it's such weird, specific wording, right? I always try to hide my emotions. When you say, I always try to hide my emotions, what sense does it make having 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different answers where one is, I do it all the time, and then I do it sometimes? It's contradictory. If they specifically say always, it would be a binary, right? Because if it's always, I always do it under every circumstance I hide my emotion, it would have to be binary. It's either yes or no. Because it's not a binary, and it's a graded answer from least true to most true, it reads as, I always sometimes hold my feelings. Does that make any sense? Like, a literal fucking retard wrote out these questions. If it's in the middle, I always sometimes hide my emotions. Does that make any sense? Like again, by the way, there you fucking go. Why the fuck should why should I take this concept of emotional intelligence seriously when the dumb fucks who are writing out these fucking quizzes about emotional intelligence literally make no sense? They're fucking morons who can't write out simple fucking questions that make any sense, and I'm supposed to take this concept of emotional intelligence seriously. It is the stupidest fucking thing imaginable. I always try to hide my emotions. Well, it's a binary. I don't always try to hide my emotions, so fuck you, thank you. I don't care what others think. I always tell my opinion. I'm in a meeting. I try to focus on my thought rather than what others are talking about. Why would I be in a meeting if I don't care? What kind of stupid fucking question is that? Oh my God. If you didn't care, why are you in the meeting? I feel shy when I meet someone for the first time. I don't feel comfortable opening a conversation. I'm very expressive in my emotions. I guess so. I feel angry when someone talks behind my back. I don't really care. I don't feel comfortable sharing the office with other people. Yeah, I'd rather them get the fuck out. I care what other people think about me. No, I don't believe in myself after not achieving my goals. What a weird way to write, because it ends up being a double negative. If you answer to the furthest left, which would be like, you know, the no category, then it's a double negative. I don't not believe in myself after not achieving my goals. Why wouldn't you just say, I believe in myself after achieving my goals? And then you could just say no or yes, agree or disagree. But now it becomes a double negative and it's confusing. I like to help others. Kind of depends on whether or not they deserve it. Why the fuck would I... I'll put that in the middle. Emotions don't need to be shown in work environment. Sure, I tend to keep my personal problems away from the work environment. This really doesn't relate to me, but I guess if I was working in an office, I believe in myself while taking a new project. I always achieve my goals. Not really. I guess it depends. I always tend to achieve my goals even if others try to stop me. What in the fuck does that mean? Like, are they asking me about if I try to achieve my goals despite people getting in the way? Or are they literally asking me, do I, without fail, always achieve every single goal I set out for myself, and I am the most successful person who has ever lived? If I want to make $1 million, I always make $1 million. I have, these are just the stupidest fucking questions. Dear God, this is fucking stupid. Okay, I guess I'll answer in the middle. I have strong empathic skills. I know what other people think. I guess I have strong social skills. Depends on what you mean by that, but I'll put that kind of in the middle. I don't like to see others in pain. There we go, double negative. I'll put it in the middle because it kind of depends on who it is. After making a decision, I always think about the advantages and disadvantages. After making a decision? Wouldn't you do that before making a decision? Why would I do that after? I do that before. This was written by a fucking monkey. I don't tend to... I don't tend to be emotionally involved in other people's problems. Again, double negative. Gummy, get down. Gummy, down. Down. Learning to use tools comes to me naturally. I'm good at reading the room. I have good balance and coordination. What in the fuck does that have to do with emotional intelligence? So what if you're a gymnast? You're more emotionally intelligent because you can balance on a balance beam? I learn from past experiences. I pay attention to detail. Oh, good. I have to give my email. There you go. Well, now you know that I'm emotionally intelligent. Go fuck yourself. That was a nice waste of time.
He said sorry that you broke up, assuming that a breakup is usually hard, you dumb faggot. Not everyone is a psychotic terminator like you with no emotions and no connections with humans. You took a harmless comment and got triggered. Low emo.
Well, maybe, since we don't assume people's genders anymore, you shouldn't assume how people feel about things, and you should just ask them instead. Like, if it's becoming normal to ask what someone's gender is, maybe just ask how somebody feels rather than just assuming they feel bad about a breakup. Thanks for the donation, fag.
Dude, you need therapy? You're way too emotional, you're crashing out on the entire chat. You're just proving you have zero emotional intelligence. I can recommend a Huberman podcast for you if you want, that will help on your breakup depression.
Huberman is a moron, and he is one of the last people I'd take relationship advice from, since he has the cringiest, like, oh my god, the text messages he sent to some women. Yeah, no thanks. Thanks for the donation, though, therapy. Dodo, donate $2, go on Discord, see if Andrew is on call. You call him or join a stream, because you are very menti right now, and we need to capitalize on your current emotional state. Yeah, sure. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Dude, you hear yourself right now? You literally sound like bitchy moody Jasmine. The person that you can't stand to be with anymore because she's a moody toxic bitch that just takes your money. Yeah, you're acting like her. Listen to me, dumbass.
Okay, well, thanks for the advice. Appreciate the donation, 21st Savage. Chamomile Cam donated $3. Let me see.
Helping. I dream hard of helping people. Oh yeah, helping people. Oh, helping people. Oh God. Oh, gonna pop.
That was good. Thanks for the donation, Chamomile Cam.
Have you heard about this channel? You can check them out later off stream if you want.
It was 19.
Maybe we'll watch that video. Sounds interesting. Thanks for the big donation, David Chubby. Yeah, Andrew's debating this numerology guy.
What I expected.
I'm not gonna be able to get on with him. Guess we'll just take a break, watch this.
Jimmy Carter was the president of the United States. Brezhnev was the leader of the Soviet Union, which hosted the Olympics. And it marked a milestone there. It was the last time a white guy won the 100-meter dash. But it was more than that. It was the last time any white man in the world even qualified for the finals. And that was 44 years ago. Looking at a lot of sports, black athletes do incredibly well, especially in track and field, basketball, and American football. So why? Why do black people seem to dominate?
They started to let black people into college that have track and field teams. That's why.
Sports. And is that belief really accurate? Hey, I'm Ken LaCourte. My goal is to give you an honest look here. It's not about declaring any race superior or inferior, but about what differences exist by race in sports and why. First, we'll look at whether black athletes actually do dominate sports. Then we'll check out the cultural differences at play and also look into the genetic differences, examining what the science actually says and doesn't say about racial variations in athletic ability.
There are more black people with fast twitch muscle fibers, or fast twitch dominant muscle fiber type. They also have tendons that require more force to stretch. And what's also particularly important for these track and field athletes is the tendon length in their calves. It gives them more elastic spring, so if they're running or jumping, they can just run and jump faster and higher.
Now let's look at the numbers that make some people uncomfortable. Are black people really better at sports? The answer is kind of, but it depends on the sports. When we look at professional sports, it's hard to ignore some obvious patterns. About 3/4 of NBA players are black, and that's in a country where black people make up about 13% of the population. In the NFL, almost 2/3 of the players are black, but in this case, the demographics change when we look at certain positions. Cornerbacks and running backs are overwhelmingly black, while quarterbacks and kickers have historically been mostly white, although it is changing somewhat. In running, East African runners, especially those from Kenya and Ethiopia, have completely crushed marathons for decades. With only 2 exceptions, in the last 33 years, the Boston Marathon has always been won by an East African man. But flip to swimming, and you get a completely different picture. At the 2016 Rio Olympics, 45 of the 50 finalists in...
Yeah, so black people have higher bone mineral density, and they sink in water. Black people are worse at swimming. They just sink. So it's way harder for them to stay afloat, and they need to waste more energy staying afloat rather than just swimming forward.
Men's and women's 100-meter freestyle events were white. Black Americans are also underrepresented in sports like tennis, golf, field hockey, archery, softball, and soccer. Blacks make up only 5% of professional hockey players, and the U.S. Figure Skating Association reported in 2022 that 73% of its members were white, 2% were black, and...
Yeah, as soon as they make a heated skating rink, black people are going to dominate hockey and figure skating.
18% were Asian. Speaking of Asians, they absolutely kill it in table tennis and have since the 50s when Chairman Mao declared it the national sport. So it seems pretty clear that different races excel in different sports and play different sports to begin with. Women's gymnastics has historically been the domain of white and Eastern European athletes, but Simone Biles is likely the greatest gymnast ever, and the demographics of that sport...
Yeah, I'm a really good swimmer. I think my best time in the 50-meter freestyle was 27 seconds. It was like 27 point something. So I'm a very good swimmer. I am terrible at treading water, though. It is very difficult for me to tread water because I sink like a rock.
Border shifting, as well as some other sports. Okay, so that's some of the racial patterns in sports. Now let's dig into why they exist at all.
Dodo donated $2. Can you message Andrew to call you after he's done with his debate? Message him on Discord. Ask him if he thinks emotional intelligence is real. Please, 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 please. Okay, Dodo. Just for you, I can do that. If you have time after your debate with that numerology retard, would you want to have a discussion on emotional intelligence? Idiots in my chat keep telling me it's real, and I say emotional intelligence is some BS made-up term, and only intelligence is real. Someone asked me in my donos to ask you to do this. There you go. There you are, Dodo. I did it for you. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
At all. One of the first things to look at is the cultural factors that shape the racial landscape of sports. It's not as simple as like they're not naturally good at it. So in the 1940s, black baseball players were forced into a separate league. When that changed, we saw the depth of talent that had been sidelined. Integration reshaped the entire sports landscape, and as certain sports became more accessible to minorities, they became cultural touchstones. Basketball became a beacon of hope in many black communities. All you really needed to get better was a court. Easy to find even in crowded cities, and you needed a ball too. The game doesn't require any expensive equipment or large fields in order to play. And then there's the potential income. For many kids growing up in poor neighborhoods, sports aren't just a pastime. They're a potential ticket out of poverty. And when you're surrounded by economic hardship, that NBA or NFL contract is a lifesaver. And the economic incentives aren't just about the players either. Entire communities rally around local athletes who look like they might be headed to the big leagues. A successful athlete is not only a source of pride, but also investment for a hometown. So it's clear that in some communities, certain sports are woven into the very fabric of daily life. Think about how deeply ingrained soccer is in Latin American countries. And this cultural emphasis creates a feedback loop. The more a community values a sport, the more kids play it. The more kids play it, the better they get. And the better they get, the more the community values it. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy that can shape generations of athletes. There's also power in seeing someone who looks like you succeed. Role models can be game changers. And if you see heroes who look like you winning games and earning big, you're more likely to be able to see yourself in that role. I mean, sometimes we all need someone to show what's possible. Inspiration is a powerful tool. So when Simone Biles emerged as a gymnastics powerhouse, the number of black girls who began starting that sport shot up. But this effect also can be complicated, because when Tiger Woods burst out onto the golf scene, there was an initial surge of interest in golf among ethnic minorities. But since then, the numbers have dropped off, likely due to the expense of the sport and the lack of infrastructure.
Good boy.
All right, well, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
To let kids in underprivileged communities play it more easily. Now let's look at snow skiing, a sport dominated by whites. At the professional and Olympic level, it's overwhelmingly won by athletes from nations with more wealth and more snow. In these countries, skiing is deeply ingrained with the culture, with youth development programs and easy access to facilities. Still, however you look at it, it's expensive. The equipment, training, and access to slopes means athletes often need substantial financial backing from their families or communities to reach the elite level. Ski resorts and facilities are often located far from urban centers where minority populations tend to be concentrated in the United States. But we can't blame everything on money. Norwegians dominate Olympic sports like cross-country skiing and speed skating, and they can do those things right out their front door. Families cross-country ski and skate together, and kids start as soon as they can walk. It's ingrained into their culture. And that feeds back to the role models. A lack of diversity in skiing and winter sports makes it harder for minority youth to see themselves playing that game. Just as some sports get an entire community rallying behind them, others spark no interest in regions that haven't traditionally played them. And it's not just winter sports or expensive ones. Other fields that don't see much diversity are tennis and lacrosse, archery, softball, soccer. It's an intertwined mix of culture and economic forces at play. Okay, so given that, now let's look into the most controversial part of the whole puzzle, genetics. This is where things get really interesting and usually a little bit uncomfortable. Now, it's good to be careful here. The argument that different races have different genetics can lead to some terrible beliefs and ideologies. But it's also silly to insist that there are no physical differences between people from around the world. We should all be smart enough to look at that without getting too weird about it, but that's often not the case.
Now, I like that Jimmy the Greek moment that happens in sports, Like once every 4 or 5 years, like some 50, 55-year-old white dude tries to explain why black people are kicking the shit out of white people in practically every major sport, And it always goes down the same way, right? And literally 20 minutes later, that dude's on TV, he's like fired, right? He's crying, his family's standing there, he's got like a box of shit from his desk with like an Emmy sticking out. He's like, I don't know what I said, I was just talking about the quick twitch and the slow twitch, and I wasn't just trying to make a point.
Anyhow, hey, this is a good time to let you know, if I make any substantive mistake in this video, I'll fix it in the pinned comment below, assuming I'm not fired by sundown. Okay, so are there genetic differences between races that contribute to athletic performance? Yes, of course, but it's complicated. Overall, there's actually more genetic diversity within racial groups than between them. But that doesn't mean there aren't genetic variations that cluster in certain populations. Scientists have noted that certain genetic traits help certain sports. For instance, many elite sprinters of West African descent have a higher proportion of fast twitch muscle fibers, which are crucial for explosive powers. These fibers contract quickly but tire more easily, making them ideal for short bursts of speed. On the flip side, East African runners, particularly from Kenya and Ethiopia, dominate long distance. Now, some researchers say it may be less about their muscle composition and more about their slim build and long legs relative to their height. That improves running efficiency. A 2010 study in the International Journal of Design and Nature proposed that black athletes have a 1.5% speed advantage in running because their center of mass is about 3% higher above the ground than white athletes. This supposedly allows them to fall forward more quickly between strides. Now, that sounds scientific, but a lot of other scientists are skeptical of such a cut and dry explanation. Another controversial idea among some scientists links the prevalence of sickle cell trait among people of West African origin to a higher percentage of fast twitch muscle fibers. But that hasn't seen a lot of solid evidence to back it up. On the flip side, look at the relative lack of Asians in sprinting events. Some researchers say this is body proportions, suggesting that the
Wow, first Candace Owens deans the Holocaust, now Dinosaurs, what else she deny next?
Well, she might also be a flat earther. She said she has an open mind as far as, like, flat earth goes. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Populations generally have shorter limbs relative to their torso length, which makes sprinting harder. But again, these are theories and it's kind of hard to test exactly. And then finally, let's not forget the role of epigenetics. Epigenetics looks at how an athlete's body responds to training, recovers from injuries, and responds to different environmental conditions. It suggests that while genetics might give some individuals an edge, the way these genes are expressed can be influenced by factors like training and diet, even an athlete's mindset. This could partly explain why athletes from certain regions excel in certain sports. It might not just be the genes, but how those genes interact with their environment and lifestyle. And let's not forget that genes that help in a particular sport could be a disadvantage in another. The body type that's ideal for a marathon runner is very different from what you'd want for an offensive tackle. So it's clear to say that when you look at the research, there is no clear pat answer. The relationships are science, but they're really unsettled still. But still, there are some undeniable characteristics in the most elite athletes that seems to show up in some races more than others. Of course, all of this raises the question, should we as a society be trying to change the racial makeup of competitions? I mean, certainly making all sports financially accessible to all kids is a good goal. But if you just look at the colors of those who win or those who play, that makes things a lot more complicated. And sports is full of exceptions to every rule. It may be true that some races dominate certain sports, and that isn't necessarily a bad thing. Just a fact with some interesting reasons behind it. It's similar to what I found when I tried to figure out why Arab armies almost always seem to lose against Western powers. In fact, the last time an Arab regime won a major battle against the West, why have Jewish people faced so much hatred throughout history? I mean, it's been a lot, and it's a long story. They were enslaved by the Egyptians in the first pages of the Bible. They were shunned by
They weren't actually enslaved by the Egyptians.
medieval Europe. 1/3 of all Jews living in the 1930s were murdered in the Holocaust. And even today, it doesn't take much to spark hatred towards Jews. Hey, I'm Ken LaCourte, and this is a big, uncomfortable question. I researched it pretty heavily, and I'll do what I can to give you the best of what I found in the least biased way I can. We'll look at the concept of Jewish distinction, which has been ingrained into Judaism for thousands of years. We'll take a close look at how jealousy towards Jewish success and power has played a part, as well as how true and not so true anti-Semitism charges affect the equation, as well as the ongoing Palestinian conflict. But first, let's be clear. Jews are far from the only victims around. Racism, xenophobia, and bigotry are an ugly and ongoing part of human history. Across every era and place, you'll find people being persecuted for their ethnicity or their beliefs. We've seen the Cambodian genocide, the Rwandan genocide, Mao's Cultural Revolution, Soviet purgers, the Armenian genocide. It goes on and on. When times get bad, people often look for somebody to blame. Minorities, immigrants, and religious groups often become easy scapegoats. Some evolutionary psychologists argue this whole us versus them idea is hardwired into our nature, a survival mechanism from our tribal past. I mean, early humans stayed alive by forming close-knit groups that often competed for resources with others. A stranger often meant violence, or even when they were friendly, exposure to unknown sicknesses that could destroy an entire tribe. But the hatred towards Jews has
While having empathy is good, having academic intelligence is way more important than emotional intelligence. Who is more useful, Alan Turing and the people who worked on the Manhattan Project, or some random guy who can read your emotions? Seriously.
There's no such thing as emotional intelligence. It's just fucking retarded. Thanks for the donation though, Riley.
Has been uniquely intense. Despite being a tiny fraction of the world's population, Jews have faced expulsion, massacre, discrimination in virtually every part of the world they've lived. It's been stubbornly persistent across centuries and cultures. So what is it about Jews that has made them such a consistent target of hatred and suspicion? The answer is complex, but Jewish identity has always been deeply entwined with distinctiveness and separation. It goes all the way back to the Torah, the founding religious text of Judaism. Over centuries, religious commands to maintain a distinct identity shaped Jewish practice in profound ways. The ancient Israelites developed strict dietary laws, like prohibition on eating pork or shellfish. They followed a unique calendar with holidays like Passover and Yom Kippur that set them apart from their neighbors. They wore, and often still do, distinctive clothing that made them look different from those around them. These practices created a strong sense of Jewish community and solidarity. In ancient times, this often brought them in conflict with the conquerors who demanded cultural conformity, from the Babylonians to the Romans. Jewish commitment to their faith in the face of persecution was seen as stubborn, and it planted the seeds for centuries of stereotyping, scapegoating, and conspiracy theories. But the story of anti-Semitism can't be told without talking about Christianity as well. I mean, after all, Christianity began as a Jewish sect, and Jesus himself was a Jew. His crucifixion story, told via the Gospels written decades later, depict Jewish religious leaders as the bad guys, accusing Jesus of blasphemy and conspiring with Roman authorities to have him executed. And over time, Christianity institutionalized this narrative of collective guilt, positioning Christians as God's new chosen people and Jews as spiritual outcasts. As Christianity grew, Jews were cast as the antithesis to Christian virtues, and Christianity grew amazingly fast. I mean, there's about 165 Christians in the world for every Jew. But the values of Judaism led them to great successes in the world, and those successes also helped fuel distrust and hatred towards them. Throughout history, jealousy of rich and controlling Jews has been a thing. In medieval Europe, Jews were prohibited from owning land, joining trade guilds, and working in most professions.
It's real, here's a study, dumb faggot tard.
Numerous studies on ability, emotional intelligence, decision-making, and professionals indicates that those high in emotional intelligence... Yeah, again, it sounds like they're talking about personality traits. That's not emotional intelligence. It's just a misnomer. They're either talking about intelligence or they're talking about personality traits or a conjunction of the two. There's no such thing as emotional intelligence. Like just because you send me a study that says, oh, people who score high on emotional intelligence, that doesn't mean they're talking about emotional intelligence. That doesn't mean emotional intelligence exists. It's just a fucking stupid word. Thanks for the donation, dude.
into fringe economic roles like money lending, which Christians were barred from pursuing. This occupational segregation was enforced by religious law and social customs. Over time, many Jews found success in finance, and they developed networks of credit and trade across Europe and the Mediterranean. Some rose to prominent positions as court bankers and advisors to kings and nobles, and that made them targets, especially in bad times. When crops failed or markets collapsed, Jews were blamed, accused of exploitation or hoarding wealth. The Nazis took economic anti-Semitism to its most extreme and murderous conclusion. They portrayed Jews as parasites and exploiters, controlling banks and media as part of a conspiracy to subvert Germany. The final solution was partly an attempt to eliminate this imagined Jewish stranglehold on the economy. This took on new forms in more recent years. The stereotype of the rich Jew was updated, and people made sweeping assumptions about Jews being lawyers or controlling Hollywood. And here's where I have to be careful, not to feed into bad stereotypes, but also not to blindly assume that every one of them is evil and wrong.
Last week on Larry King Live, Marlon Brando made the shocking statement that Hollywood is, quote, run by Jews. In response, outraged Jewish organizations made it snow in New York in April.
Now, the snow part was a joke, but the Hollywood entertainment industry was largely created by a group of ambitious Jewish immigrants from Eastern Europe. Words like control can be dangerously overused, but throughout the 50s, that studio system completely dominated the film industry. And to this day, Jewish Americans play a strong role in it. Jews have long placed a high value on education, literacy, and professional achievement. And many Jews have risen to the top of their chosen fields, thanks to a combination of ability and communal support. For a group that's about 2% of America.
Fag donated $2. Let me see. Yeah, I've seen that. Wait. Thanks for the donation, Fag.
Jews have earned themselves an outsized role in a number of powerful fields. But that's very different from the concept of Jewish globalists secretly controlling world events. And it also ties to another accusation that we hear a lot, the one of dual loyalty. It's the idea that Jews are more loyal to Israel or a global Jewish agenda than to their own countries. And it plays on those ancient...
Therapy donators. Neil Tyson debunks nihilism.
The total number of people who have ever been born is about 100 billion. How many total possible people can be born? That number is astronomically large. 10 to the 30th power, which is a billion, trillion, trillion. It's likely even bigger than that. Which means, in practical terms, no one who will ever be born.
So if your pocket is gradually getting deeper, you're hearing numbers like 6, 7, 8. You are bound to have bone loss occurring in the same time. And your dentist believes it's incurable. He believes there is nothing you can do to get rid of these bacteria. And the best thing that he can do for you is to periodically clean this space. They will scrape and polish, and it's called root planing. And they will do everything they can to clean this pocket. Now, I'm not opposed to deep cleaning if you want nothing to do with your mouth and you want somebody to do the best they can for you. Enjoy the rest of your life every 3 or 4 months at the dental office and budget accordingly. You need to make a decision.
You are damaging the healing mechanism in your mouth. Hopefully it's not too late for you to regrow the gums, which you can do if you will use my complete mouth care system, if you will use xylitol.
Thanks for the donation, Therapy.
Give it up, Neil Niselsom is true, like it or not.
Yes, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Fears of Jews as a shadowy cabal with their own allegiances. It's also reinforced by the fact that up until the mid-20th centuries, most Jews weren't citizens of the countries where they lived. They were often seen as owing their allegiance to a global Jewish community rather than to any particular country. And a lot of American Jews feel a strong connection to Israel, and that influences their politics. Israel is both the center of the Jewish religion and
Cock donators. Karen at the workplace. Fuck this bitch.
Get your finger out of my armpit. We're just happy to see Jalen Rose welcoming in. Get your finger out.
His finger was not in her armpit. You can see where his fingers are. They're on her shoulder. He was like giving her a hug, which is what these people generally do on these talk shows.
Out of my armpit. We're just happy to see Jalen Rose welcoming in.
What? She said that Jalen tried to touch her armpit? Watch closely. Jalen's fingers are not nowhere near her armpits. She's making that up. I don't trust her.
Yeah. What a wacko. I wouldn't go onto that show with her. Thanks for the donation, Cock.
Has, for millions of Jews, been a safe refuge when other countries went bad for them. Pro-Israeli lobbying organizations like AIPAC give a lot of money to U.S. politicians, and the United States gives
No, you don't need to eat in a caloric surplus to gain muscle.
A lot of money in support to Israel. $4 billion a year in a typical year, and closer to $18 billion last year. And when some aggressive politicians spoke out strongly against Israel, a lot of Jewish money helped defeat them in elections. Now, people should be able to debate about America's relationship with Israel without being branded anti-Semitic. And some Jewish leaders are quick, sometimes too quick, to play that card. Now, given the history of anti-Semitism, many Jews are...
That channel's boring.
A Trojan horse in my community, where he was just a left-leaning Democrat like myself, and as he said in the previous video, was funneling them into radicalization and turning them against me.
Liberals are some of the easiest to manipulate people on the fucking planet, dude.
I learned how much he hates liberals.
Dude, I hate liberals, dude. I hate them. I hate them so viciously.
Did he secretly despise me this whole time?
I'm sorry, dude. I hate liberals so much.
Did this man sit next to me for 2 years and pretend to be my friend?
Dude, liberals are a burden on this planet, dude. Liberals are the most, like, scummy, vile fucking idiots. Liberals are incredibly stupid.
Tom donated $2. Do you think this is an accurate description of love?
That's more than crazy. I don't think there's a...
Love is totally nonsensical, but we have to keep doing it, or else we're lost, and love is dead, and humanity should just pack it in. Because love is the best thing we do. Look, I know that sounds cheesy, but it's just... I love...
No, that's just gay. Thanks for the donation, Tom.
I hate these petulant liberals, dumb fucking liberals.
What else is someone this sociopathic capable of?
Liberals are some of the easiest to manipulate people on the fucking planet.
Was I being manipulated this whole time?
That was my fear anyway. Regardless of his true beliefs, that broke my trust in him, and I pretty much ended the show immediately. And I felt guilty for my participation in mainstreaming Hasan. And for that, I apologize. I should have done more research, and I should have looked more deeply into who I was getting in bed with before they gave me chlamydia. Sorry, Eva. Over the past year since the show ended, I continue to watch Hasan platform, promote, and propagandize terrorist organizations. And every time it happened on Twitch, I would say, man, this time surely he went too far, and someone's got to do something. But as the time went on, nothing happened, and his views got more and more radical and more disturbing. I feel it's my obligation, after mainstreaming someone like Hasan, to take this on. And so it was war. Nuclear war.
I stand before you following the footsteps of intellectual giants.
One thing
as
we've been hearing for
nothing
weeks.
but a simple man.
Now,
Typical words for a Nazi like Hasan.
Yep. He just loves fascism in general. So Chinese Communist Party, Nazis, terrorists, he just loves it all.
What a based dog, I love dogs.
Let me see. That is a really good dog. They're always looking out for us. Thanks for the donation, Unicorn Jizz. Sadie, N-word, donate $2. These are gonna be fucking terrible. Yeah, monkeys. George Floyd meme.
A simple man who understands right from wrong.
Yeah, you're an influential voice to a lot of people.
I'm an idiot, I'm a dumb bimbo, I don't know what I'm talking about. I've gotten dumb too, but it's not. As a matter of fact, I seek it out because I make content.
I know VG dogs are awesome.
Yes, they are. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I think it's funny and fun.
And there are baby settlers as well.
Yeah, but you're bloodthirsty, violent
Doesn't matter if fucking rape happened.
Thank you to ExpressVPN for sponsoring this video. ExpressVPN is an app that lets you change your location. Let's see what you can do with this power. It's not available in the USA. Psych! All you need to do is switch locations to Canada, brief to expressvpn.com/h advertising vertical. My friends at Twitch headquarters, the executives, the influencers, Hasan, nice to see you, Frogan, front row. I am here to present to you an extraordinarily exciting opportunity. We have not tapped this market yet. Now don't panic, okay? Because you're gonna wanna panic when I tell you, but listen and learn. Who's billions of dollars, eager to spend it? And what, people are too cowardly to reach out and take the money? Not us. Terrorism. Terrorism. Twitch is perfect.
Jews donated $2. Let me see.
I have a bunch of patients who are waiting for it, right? They've been approved.
They've not been approved. They're waiting and hoping to be approved.
These two doctors have conflicting viewpoints on euthanasia in their country.
I think Canada's approach to assisted dying has been successful.
I am very concerned about medical assistance in dying laws in Canada.
Euthanasia became legal in Canada in 2016. They call it medical assistance in dying, or MAID for short. Since then, the number of assisted deaths in Canada has risen to over 10,000 people in 2021. That's more people by raw number than any other country where assisted dying is legal. In 2021, eligibility for MAID expanded to include people who are not nearing the end of their lives. And starting next year, that will include people suffering solely from serious mental conditions too. Our participants are here to engage in a new kind of debate.
Yeah, that's where you and I would disagree.
I know.
Where instead of fighting over unvetted talking.
In Canada, assisted dying is a rights-based issue resulting from constitutional court challenges. The legalization of assisted dying did not come about due to voter-initiated ballots, as happened in some U.S. states, or because the government thought it was a good idea, both of which can change with shifting political winds. Importantly, these court cases were brought and won by people with both terminal and non-terminal illnesses.
It is true that court cases gave people who didn't have terminal illness the right to have assisted deaths. But one of the plaintiffs in that key case, Jean Truchon, who had cerebral palsy, when he was considering getting assisted death, what he said was that it was the loneliness that was brought on them by the pandemic that was leading him to make that choice. So I'm really concerned about what that means for people in Canada who will make choices to die, not for medical reasons alone, or maybe not even primarily because of medical reasons, but because of social reasons, poverty, isolation, loneliness. That worries me a great deal.
Jean Truchon ultimately led his challenge to the new law for assisted dying because he was about to lose function in his remaining limb. That was his initial incentive. Ultimately, this comes down to a question of rights and who, if anyone, controls our lives. My name is Dr. Stephanie Green, and I'm a provider of assisted dying.
This whole discussion is fucking stupid. If somebody wants to kill themselves, let them kill themselves. Like, if you walk into a doctor's office and somebody tells you, and like you ask them to give you a lethal injection, what is the problem exactly? Like, by the way, the only reason the government has laws that are against things like assisted suicide and shit is so they can collect tax money from you. That's it. No other reason. If you're alive and working, they can tax you. If you buy things, they can tax you. It's all a tax collection scheme. And if you have serious medical problems, they can also collect money through, like, insurance. It gives people, like, jobs. So if you have to see a doctor, you just get money. Like, you give people money, taxes. That's the only fucking reason the government has an issue against assisted dying. It's just so they can weasel money out of you. So, yeah, let people fucking die.
Dying in British Columbia, Canada. I've always been taught about the importance of patient-centered care, and I have found it to be profoundly meaningful to be involved at this time.
In countries that allow some form of medically assisted dying, including 10 U.S. states and Washington, D.C., that allow people with a 6-month prognosis to self-administer a prescribed drug. Canada is one of 8 countries that allows assisted dying for people without a terminal diagnosis. Next year, it will join most of these countries in extending eligibility to people whose only condition is a mental illness. In these countries, cases involving primarily psychiatric conditions are rare. In Belgium and the Netherlands, they made up about 1% of all cases.
I don't even know why the fuck you bother sending me this horse shit. Let me see. More stupid crap, racial hatred, something, it's okay to be white.
The Fresh and Fit podcast.
Hilarious, lol, based meme. What do you do? I'm a pirate. I fry airplanes. Winona Ryder said Mel Gibson once asked if she was an oven dodger. Well, he has been an anti-Semite. Okay, thanks for the donation, Sadie.
Canada's assisted dying laws lack the safeguards that other countries have. There is no requirement that all reasonable treatments at least have been tried by the patient. The doctors are able to initiate the conversation. There is no review process. There's nobody looking to see whether people in Canada licensed to do this have in fact followed the law and followed the rules.
Canada rejected paternalism in medicine quite a few decades ago. The Supreme Court decision states that a patient is not required to undertake medical treatments that are unacceptable to the individual. We have long accepted that patients can refuse medical treatment, even if the result of that refusal is death. There's actually a very rigorous process in place for this assisted dying model. There's a number of eligibility criteria, but once they're met, there are on top of that a number of procedural safeguards.
Of course, we're in complete agreement that paternalism is not a good thing, and every Canadian is free to.
Let's just hope these villains like Hasan and other Muslims don't succeed in the evil plans to take over the world.
And hopefully Trump deports them. If Trump deports Hasan, it'll be worth it for him to fuck things up. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
To make their own choices. But when we're talking about assisted death, we're talking about choices made at a point in time when a person is profoundly vulnerable. My name is John Maher. I'm a psychiatrist with the community mental health team in Ontario, Canada. My goal is to help my patients live their lives the way they want and to do all we can to ensure that mental illness and all that follows from that doesn't keep them from living full, rich lives.
There was an initial concern that people would request assisted dying because they couldn't access palliative care. But the data has put that fear to rest. Over 80% of the people who receive MAID in Canada are receiving palliative or hospice care at the time of their death. For those few who are not, 88% of them have access to such care. Compare that to the wider Canadian population and all causes of death, when statistics suggest that only a minority of people are receiving palliative care before they die.
The data that you're referencing comes from the forms that are filled out by the MAID providers. And it tells us nothing at all about the quality of the palliative care. We also know from the data you're citing that 21% of people who received MAID had palliative care for less than 2 weeks.
While it's true we don't have an objective marker for the quality of palliative care received, what we do know from lots of data is that since MAID was legalized in Canada, we have a significant increase in the funding for research for palliative care and an increase in the number of people receiving and dying with palliative care at home. The vast majority of people who access MAID in Canada are patients with a cancer diagnosis. The next most common underlying illness are end-stage organ failures, so end-stage heart disease, end-stage lung disease, end-stage liver disease, and neurologic conditions. They're around the 10 to 15% range.
The wait times for MAID in Canada are shorter than the wait times to get a lot of specialized services. That might be pain clinics, psychiatric care, long-term care homes, veterans benefits, supportive housing, community-based care. That's not right.
My job as a MAID provider requires me by law to ensure that my patients have been offered the resources and services that could potentially reduce their suffering. I agree, we need to reduce wait times. But at some point, when potentially helpful resources are not reasonably available, we can no longer hold individuals hostage to society's failings.
It seems to me that the greatest failing we're talking about here is a society that's willing to help its citizens die rather than provide the services that we know help, that we know work, that we know reduce suffering. Killing people while they're on wait lists is profoundly immoral.
Gay. Like, again, the majority of people who are signing up to MAID are people who are gonna fucking die anyway. They're on their deathbed.
National polls consistently show that the Canadian public supports assisted dying. This includes people who self-identify as religious and people with disabilities. These polls were conducted before our law changed to allow assisted dying, in the first 5 years of legalized practice, and in every year since the amendment that extended eligibility outside the end-of-life context.
2 polls that asked Canadians about their views on MAID for mental illness came back with very different results. One poll showed over 60% of Canadians in favor. Another poll, one in particular looking at MAID for mental illness, showed that only 31% of Canadians support it. I don't think Canadians have a full understanding of what is happening, but those organizations that are focused on what's happening and drawing attention to it.
Retard, donate $2, let me see.
Everybody is getting to it. Get stupid, get retarded.
Yes, you are retarded. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Namely the 137 disability organizations in Canada, the national Indigenous organizations, the mental health organizations, the United Nations. Everyone who is looking at this and understanding what is going on is gravely concerned about
appeal to authority. None of that matters.
Bodily autonomy equals right to die.
Yep, it does. Thanks for the donation, Ali G.
the discriminatory impact of this legislation.
Canadians have been talking about and debating assisted dying since the 90s. There are multiple reports, multiple committees, multiple news stories, multiple court cases. To suggest that Canadians are unaware of what the issue is not exactly fair to the Canadian public.
There is no consensus among Canadian psychiatrists on when any particular psychiatric illness is incurable. And under the law that comes into effect in 2024 in Canada, a psychiatric illness must be incurable and a person must be in a state of irreversible decline. But we can't say who that is.
Consensus in healthcare is rarely required. There's no consensus amongst doctors about whether they can accurately predict a prognosis of 6 months, yet it's an eligibility requirement for assisted dying in several countries, including the United States. However, in Canada, for MAID to proceed, 2 independent clinicians must be of the opinion that the patient's condition is incurable.
When someone has a terminal illness, say cancer, we have a pretty good idea of how long they might live. Might not be precise, but we have a good idea. In mental illness, we have no idea. People get better after 5 years, after 10 years. These are very, very...
This is a little idiotic. No one is signing up for MAID because they were depressed for 2 weeks. These are people who have suffered for years and years and years and years. If they have had, like, literally decades of mental health treatment and it's only gotten worse, then I think that's a good indication that it's not going to get better.
Very different conditions, very different circumstances.
Now we'll move on to the additional rounds. Questions, personal experiences, debunk, uncertainties. Stephanie, can you ask John a question that helps clarify his position?
John, do you believe every person with a mental health disorder can be treated successfully? Because if not, and they have capacity, should they not be allowed to access the same legal health care available to everyone else?
We both know the majority of people living with mental illness have full capacity. They can make their own treatment decisions. To answer your question, can we treat everyone? I don't think that's the right question. The question is, can we reduce suffering? Can we help people cope with suffering? There's certainly going to be people whose illness will not get better, their physical illness, but can we mitigate their experience of their symptoms? Can we bring support, care, compassion, love to them in a way that makes their life for them worthwhile? I'm not talking about denying anyone the option of choosing MAID. To be frank, everyone can already choose suicide. What we're working to do is to ensure that every person is treated with respect, dignity, provided with care and support that we know can help reduce suffering.
Okay, John, would you like to ask Stephanie a question?
Only 1 in 3 Canadians have access to mental health care who need it. Only 1 in 5 children. We know from disability organizations across the country that disability supports are completely inadequate to live a meaningful life. People are suffering in ways that we can do something about. I'm asking you, would you support providing MAID to someone while they're waiting for treatment or care that could help them, but it's down the road a bit?
I would happily stand with you and call for our government to do better than what it's doing. I think it's a separate issue. There can come a time on a case-by-case basis. Every situation is individual, every situation is unique, and every case needs to be assessed in a unique way. There may be a time when a certain treatment is available too far away, much too expensive, inaccessible to the patient. In this case, we have to seriously consider not holding them hostage to society's failing and to consider offering MAID if it's truly what they need. A tough situation. I grant you that.
John, can you tell us something from your personal experience that has strengthened your conviction on this issue?
As a psychiatrist who works with a community mental health team, supporting people with the most serious mental illnesses, we are becoming overwhelmed by what MAID has introduced into our clinical worlds. I have patients who are already saying, I'm going to stop treatment. I'm not going to keep trying. I can die. Our efforts to help them stick with the very challenging and sometimes long-term treatment required to heal and recover is being undermined. We're not just doing suicide prevention anymore. We're doing MAID prevention.
I'm going to tell you about a gentleman I'll call Ray, who was 62 years old with metastatic lung cancer. And Ray had been asking for MAID for quite some time. And as he and I worked through the rigorous eligibility criteria, at some point I was able to sit in front of him and tell him he was eligible for this care. And when I sat there and did that, I saw in him a physical transformation, which I've learned actually happens almost every time. I saw his shoulders relax. I think I saw him smile for the first time since I'd met him. And it was immediately followed by an expression of gratitude for the mere possibility. He decided to proceed with MAID, and we held it not long after in the rooftop garden of the facility in which he was living. And as is required by law, I was seeking his final consent before I administered the medication. He was surrounded by his friends. And as he gave me that consent, he reached out and grabbed my hand. He looked at me and he said, I know this is going to sound odd, Dr. Green, but I think you saved my life. And it reminds me all the time that for the people who actually need and want this care, it is tremendously important.
Stephanie, what is one piece of specific misinformation that you've heard about MAID that you'd like to correct?
Recently, a number of eye-catching headlines have appeared in the news about Canadians requesting assisted dying due to the threat of homelessness or the fact that they're living in poverty. And while it's true that anyone can ask for an assessment of eligibility for MAID, and those unacceptable social inequities might be contributing towards
If suicide was always legal, would you have done it in the past? What the fuck does it matter if it's legal? Do you think I'm fucking retarded? Like, buddy, all I have to do is get a knife and slit my wrists, or I could find a tall building. Like, I know how to hang a piece of rope from the ceiling. So if I could get access to, like, assisted suicide, it would have made no difference. I know how to kill myself. I'm not a fucking retard.
Suffering, the law is actually perfectly clear.
Why are you still friends with your so-called best friend if he plays console? Force him to get a PC or cut him off. That's what I do. All my friends have PC or they're not my friends. It is a cult, no exceptions.
Okay, I just might do that. Thanks for the donation, PC Master Race.
Clear, and Canadians cannot access MAID based on those factors alone.
John, would you like to clarify a piece of misinformation?
What the fuck do I care if I had experienced pain before suicide? If I'm gonna die anyway, it wouldn't matter. Ow, ow, my wrist hurts. Oh, I shouldn't have done this. Like, what the oh my god. You people are just driving me fucking nuts today. Holy mother of a fuck. Just, oh my god. That is the stupidest thing I've ever fucking heard.
Some MAID providers have argued that MAID for non-terminal conditions is not suicide. For decades, suicide has been defined as taking steps to arrange your own death. Some have said that what makes MAID different than suicide is that it's well thought out, it's not impulsive. But in fact, in one US survey of over 1.4 million Americans, 80% of people reported that they thoughtfully planned their suicide, which means that we have to consider where it fits into all of our suicide prevention efforts and whether it undermines those.
I'm sorry. I have to play that back again.
Our suicide, which means that we have to consider where it fits in a million Americans. 80% of people reported that they thoughtfully planned their suicide, which million Americans, suicide has been defined as taking steps to arrange your own death. Some have said that what makes MAID different than suicide is that it's well thought out, it's not impulsive. But in fact, in one US survey of over 1.4 million Americans, 80% of people reported that they thoughtfully planned their suicide, which
sorry, dude. How are you going to survey people who've committed suicide? You kinda can't since they'd be dead. So, to correct you, I don't know how they conducted the survey, but the only people you'd be able to survey are people who have either considered committing suicide, have planned a suicide, or have attempted suicide. So you're only asking the people who either planned or were unsuccessful. So, yeah, you have no idea about the people who were successful. And there's also going to be a huge bias here, because people who successfully commit suicide, people who use a firearm are going to be overly represented. So, considering that a firearm is very quick and painless, those people may very well have not planned it out, because if you have a very quick, painless, easy way of committing suicide, like, it's very hard to fuck up, like killing yourself with a gun. It's almost guaranteed to work. It could very well be the case that, like, 99% of those people did it on impulse. And the people who had planned it out, it's going to be overly represented by women. Because women are actually far more likely to attempt suicide than men. But because women are more thoughtful and caring of the people around them, and they generally prefer to use non-violent means of suicide, that's just going to be selection bias. So women who care about the people around them more and, you know, want to make sure that the way they kill themselves is painless, doesn't leave a mess, is non-violent. They're going to think about how to least impact their families and shit like that. You're just running into selection bias here, where, yeah, the people who were unsuccessful, they're going to be the types of people who would need to do some sort of planning ahead of time because, again, they're women, they didn't have access to a firearm, they have to figure out a way to commit suicide that would, you know, fit within those sorts of parameters of non-violent, doesn't leave a mess, shit like that. So what he's saying here is, like, pretty much just unconfirmable gobbledygook.
I know, VG, the stupidity of our species is just more proof that we are nothing more than.
See those monkeys in the trees? They sure do love to swing.
Yes, thanks for the donation, Dodo. Cash Patel is a liar, donated $2. Let me see. Oh yeah, this guy is a complete scumbag.
Stu Peters, does that name ring a bell?
I'm sorry, what?
Are you familiar with Mr. Stu Peters?
Not off the top of my head.
He made 8 separate appearances on his podcast. He promoted outrageous conspiracy theories and worked with a prominent neo-Nazi. There are more, Ted Nugent, it goes on, list goes on. I'm just asking, when it comes to your association with individuals, why are so many of them in this category?
My association, as you loosely define it, is by appearing in media over 1,000 times to take on people who are putting on conspiratorial theories and to devour them of their false impressions and to talk to them about the truth. That is.
You don't go on somebody's podcast 8 times and don't know about him. He's just lying. This guy is just a lying scumbag.
Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Stu. Always love coming on your show.
Cash Patel, thank you so much for making the time to be here with us. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Stu. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Stu. Appreciate it. See you soon.
I got to go, Cash. Thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate it.
Thanks,
up
Stu.
against a hard break here. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it.
Thanks so much. Appreciate it, Stu.
Cash Patel, thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it.
Thanks so much, Stu. Appreciate it. You've got a great show.
Thank you.
Yeah, clearly lying.
Clearly, Cash Patel is lying. Yeah, he absolutely does know who I am, and he's very familiar on a lot of different levels. And I'm not going to get into that right now because this guy is going through a Senate confirmation hearing. So I'm not going to get into too many personal specifics at this point. But that's flagrantly false what he said there.
Did he get confirmed? How do you spell his name? So he didn't get confirmed yet. If you lie during a hearing, that should be an instant disqualification. Like, that's crazy. I hope he doesn't get confirmed. Stop Anti-Semitism, first 2025 Anti-Semite of the Week. Stu Peters. Here's just a taste of far right-wing conspiracy theorist, delusional white nationalist hate. Calls Jews the synagogue of Satan, blames them for slavery, and claims they killed Jesus. Denies the Holocaust, calling it a fairy tale and a Jewish fantasy. Accuses Jews of orchestrating pedophilia, forever wars, and media reprogramming. Rejects the atrocity of Hamas while pandering to other vile anti-Semites like Lucas Gage and Dan Bilzerian. Yeah, Cash Patel should not be confirmed since he is friends with a Nazi and lied about it during the Senate hearing. That's fucked. Thanks for the donation, Cash Patel is a liar.
Which means that we have to consider where it fits into all of our suicide prevention efforts and whether it undermines those very directly.
And now for a round called Uncertainties. John, what is something we don't know about this issue that we need more research on?
Canada currently collects data on the illnesses, the physical illnesses that lead to requests for MAID. What we don't have is data that considers the socioeconomic reasons people might request it and how significant an impact that might have on the request and perhaps whether it drives it completely. We don't know whether poverty, homelessness, being on a wait list for treatment, being refused disability benefits, we don't know why people are choosing MAID, and we should.
On this point, John, I think we're almost in agreement.
No, we know why people are choosing MAID. It's because they figured out life sucks.
Canada has recently expanded the type of data it's gathering on patients who request and receive MAID. And I'd be curious to see if it mirrors what we know from international jurisdictions. Everywhere where this data is collected elsewhere, we know that it is the socially advantaged who are accessing assisted dying, not the socially disadvantaged. So I'll be curious to see if that plays out in the Canadian context, which is what I expect, to be frank. That said, I think we do have a good idea of how people describe their own suffering and therefore why they're requesting MAID. Primarily, it's for people who can no longer do the things that bring meaning to their lives, who no longer are able to do what we call the activities of daily living, who've lost a sense of dignity or independence. And I think if we could find research that would help us better understand what leads to that type of suffering, potentially there's a way we can learn to treat it.
Okay.
You could broadcast it straight into the veins of 18 to 35-year-old men. So here's what I'm suggesting. Hasan Piker. Yeah, we'll get drinks after the show. No, you. He's such a great guy. No, you. Give it up for Hasan Piker, everybody. Happy birthday, buddy. This dude can...
Tom Donatellos, have you ever felt this way about another person?
There is a word for that. It's love. I'm in love with her, okay? If you're looking for the word that means caring about someone beyond all rationality and wanting them to have everything they want, no matter how much it destroys you, it's love. And when you love someone, you don't stop, ever. Even when people roll their eyes or call you crazy, even then, especially then, you don't give up because...
Yeah, that's called being a simp. That's just being an idiotic simp. Thanks for the donation, Tom.
Package anti-Semitism and anti-Americanism like nobody else. In fact, you guys got him on the front page. And he's doing terrorism for free. Basically, gentlemen and gentleladies, Frogan, you look good today, girl.
Babe?
Girl, you look good. Great job on that Arab tier list. That was good. How much we get for that? Yo, you got 10 million from Qatar for that? That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Twitch! Here's the thing, with help from people like Hasan, terrorism is like in the eyes of the beholder, right? They're not terrorists, they're, go ahead, he knows. Freedom fighters, guys. We are fighting for freedom. What about the rapes and the murders? Don't mention that. What's wrong with you? And another one, the resistance isn't
not
perfect. Right? Gotta crack some eggs.
Galtard Donatellos, you favorite public intellectual agrees with you on emotional intelligence?
Emotional intelligence? Ha! Not only does that probably not exist, because it's agreeableness, you know how you always hear you need emotional intelligence to thrive in the workplace? It's like, turns out that's exactly backwards. Disagreeable people do better as managers.
Yeah. Psychopaths or people with psychopathic traits always do better in business.
In the workplace. So it's actually, if you lack emotional intelligence, you're more likely to be an effective manager. So an emotional intelligence is a great, indicator of sort of...
Yeah, you shouldn't care how people feel. You do whatever you can to manipulate them to get to work as hard as they can for as little money as possible. You also use emotional manipulation tactics to worm your way up in the hierarchy. Like, the emotional intelligence thing is just fucking stupid.
Sort of pathology and psychology, because it was invented by a journalist. You can't just have some word invented by a journalist and then go make a whole bloody, enterprise out of it. You got to find out if it's really there. And there's not a lot of evidence that it is. And what does it mean anyways? Emotional intelligence. What does that mean? I can infer what you're feeling? Well, is that IQ? Like, are smart people better at that? Or like...
And yes, smart people are better at that. people with like under 80 IQ have an inability to have like abstract thought and to envision themselves as another person. People below, I think it's like 80 IQ, can't put themselves in someone else's position. I'll just Google that. No. Low IQ, lack of empathy. Do less intelligent folks have empathy deficit? That's not just my opinion, it's the conclusion of a provocative new study published in journal Psychological Science. Gordon Hudson, a psychologist at Brock University in Ontario, and his colleagues found that children with low intelligence are more likely to grow up to be racist adults. Similarly, a previous study examining homophobia showed that people who are less adept at abstract reasoning are more likely to be prejudiced against gays. All of this got me thinking, does the link between brains and bias apply to how we view animals too? Are people who believe humans are superior to other animals just not all that bright? Yeah, there may be cognitive limits in the ability to take the perspective of others, said Hudson. In other words, the less intelligent you are, the harder it may be for you to put yourself in another's shoes, and more likely you are to hold prejudiced beliefs about other groups. So this emotional intelligence thing is just stupid. It's just intelligence. If you're intelligent, you'll be able to understand another person's position. You'll be able to understand what they're feeling. Doesn't necessarily mean you'll care about what they're feeling. That's something completely different. But you'll at least be able to understand. And it seems that less intelligent people, I remember hearing a figure, it was like people below 85 or 80 IQ often have an inability to do that. And again, you know, racists, homophobes, they tend to be pretty stupid. So emotional intelligence is just fucking bullshit.
Am I mirroring you in some way, or do I care for you? Like maybe I can figure out exactly what you're feeling and I just don't give a damn. You know, is that still emotional intelligence? Well, I don't know, right? How would you separate that from sympathy or empathy? And what if you're over-sympathetic to someone? Is that emotional intelligence? Like maybe you feel way too sorry for your children. So it's like you're all empathetic and all that, but you're not doing them any good. Or sometimes you would be, but sometimes you should say, you know, quit whining, go the hell outside. Because that's the right response sometimes. So these things are not straightforward at all. And of course, emotional intelligence is generally measured with questionnaires. And we know the rule for questionnaires. What's the rule for questionnaires? That's right, exactly. It's measuring one or more of the big five, either well or badly. Okay. So, and as far as I can tell, that doesn't mean that personality has a five-dimensional structure. I'm not making that argument, because who the hell knows? I don't think it does, like...
Yeah, one of the few takes Jordan Peterson's accurate on. Emotional intelligence is just fucking bullshit. Bend over, donate $2, let me see. Yeah, I've already seen that. Somebody sent it to me.
Israel, politically, I think is problematic with these United States of America. I do not think that this is a healthy political relationship. Religiously, spiritually, Judaism, I believe, is a pernicious evil. I really do. I don't think that all false religions are...
Oh, and he gave a Nazi salute. What a surprise. Yep. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
Once again wish Nazis like that. It's proof that we are all nothing more than a bunch of worthless.
See those monkeys in the trees? They sure do love to swing.
Yes, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Hey,
Thanks, man. Hasan, you know socialism didn't buy you that car.
If I knew that this is what communism would be in 2024, I wouldn't have bothered with this shit. Really. Of course, is the symbol of the capitalist excess. What the fuck is he thinking? You guys actually believe this idiot is a socialist? Forget the religion. Hasan is the opiate of the masses. Straight to the gulag for anyone soft to this idiot.
Or that designer dog.
This breed's stunning fluffy coat comes with a price. Chow Chows shed
fuck
all
no.
your...
Very cute, by the way, but those are expensive. The point is, we have the biggest political streamer on our platform that is influencing media and influencing young kids everywhere. If we can normalize terrorism, if we could rebrand it, then fuck the U.S. Navy. You know how much those guys don't pay shit. You see the Army ads on Twitch? The Army, it's fucking broke, dude. I'll tell you who loves America more than the Army. Qatar. Well, I don't know if love's the right word, but they're paying more. Good CPMs coming out of Qatar. Well, you kids love anime, right? Can't get enough of it. Man, look at what we've already done with Hasan. You're the fucking man, dude. Happy birthday again, man. No, we got a big party for you after. No, don't do it. Let's wait, because we got a big party and a cake and everything for you after in the back. The prostitutes, too. Don't tell anyone. That's part of the past. Look what we've done already. This Houthi pirate. I mean, who are you kidding? This guy's a fucking terrorist. He literally tweeting out he wants to kill Jews and put their heads on pikes. And somehow, not somehow, because of his genius, we have rebranded the Houthi fucking pirates, the Houthi terrorist organization. Yeah, the Islamic fundamentalists, death Hitler. The Houthis are an Islamic military group. They're known for their cruel measures, forcibly recruiting child soldiers, shelling civilian areas, and blocking food from entering already famine-ruined parts of Yemen. They've also set up landmines in agricultural spots, making the field virtually worthless. Women have virtually no rights, and homosexuality, of course, is punishable by death. That lines up with leftist values. Now, just how little rights do women in the Houthis' Yemen have? Well, according to this, there's been 1,181 violations committed by Houthi rebels.
I just wish we could reverse evolution and go back to our trees already.
I don't know if that'd make anything any better. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Against women, including torture, rape, and murder. So, not great. The Houthis have a very wholesome flag, as you can see here. It says, translated, Allah Akbar, death to America, death to Israel, and a curse upon the Jews. And that's all of them, not just the ones in Israel. And of course, victory to Islam. I get amused when these terrorists are like, we hate Jews. We want to kill Jews. And then people like Hasan are like, you're fucking racist for saying that they just want to kill Jews and that they're terrorists, man.
What you meant to say is Hezbollah is Muslim.
You're not thinking deep enough about this topic.
My criticisms of the Houthis' slogan do not factor into what they are doing. Of course, it is anti-Semitic, but contextualizing it matters. Yeah, it's really interesting because that is such Western-focused propaganda. Like for a Palestinian to arrive at anti-Semitic opinions, okay? They don't need to read Mein Kampf.
Oh, I almost forgot the most fun one. They brought back slavery.
Do you think the Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do?
That lines up with leftist values. All right, so these guys are clearly the bad guys. So my question is, how does Hasan cover such a genocidal, violent, misogynistic, homophobic, terroristic organization?
Oh, you want to see a Houthi musical? Sure. These were the people that the Saudis were killing, by the way, just so you know. These fucking musically gifted individuals.
Yeah. Cam's not making money.
I'm so confused.
اسأل أصحاب الفخامة والمعالي واسألوا عن الحشود العسكري يوم سيطرنا على الخوضة بعالي ما نبالي.
You can be smart and still be a total spurg incapable of regulating and perceiving emotions. Your hyperfixation on its correlation with IQ is emblematic of your total spurginess. You already acknowledge emotions are gay and you don't care to varkas nigger.
Emotional regulation is just part of personality traits, so like conscientiousness. Like your temperament, your personality trait, that has nothing to do with intelligence. Thanks for the donation, retard. I don't know why the fuck you people are debating me on this. It's just complete and utter fucking nonsense. There's no science supporting the idea of emotional intelligence. It's a complete misnomer. Anytime it's discussed, they're literally either just talking about intelligence or they're compounding it with, again, personality types. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Denouncing? Okay, but what's the rule for...
If anyone needs to go back to the trees, it's Hasan.
Yeah, Donald Trump should give him an ultimatum. Either get deported back to Turkey, or you can stay in America, but you have to live in trees. Like a monkey. That'd be funny. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Or endorsing it. Is that okay? The answer is yes, as Hasan was never punished for this blatant violation of Twitch community guidelines. Got it. So denouncing terrorism is bad. Don't do that. Endorsing terrorism is good. Okay, got it, Twitch.
What is going on? This is a 3-minute video of. What do you mean a music video? When you said music video, I'm expecting like Bags Out, but Chris Brown dancing, you know?
No. They do like, they do musicals. They're very musical people.
Are you being serious?
Dog, what do you, look, you think I made this?
I know they're singing, but I'm seeing this guns and shit. This isn't a music video, Hasan.
No, it is. They do musicals about like their fucking, like their actions all the time.
Hold on, guys, hold on. I've got this. Instead of terrorist propaganda, let's call it musicals.
They do musicals.
Instead of violent jihadists, let's call them
under the helicopter, the Yemeni flag. They fucking overtake. They start overtaking the shit.
Bruno one said you're not intelligent. I literally started this saying you have intellect but you're a total spurg emotionally. I just made the mistake of using the word emotional intelligence, total spurg rage.
Well, that's great. Thanks for the donation, retard.
And they're like, guess what, dog? No more trade to Israel. If you are sending ships into Israel, if you are owned by an Israeli subsidiary, if you're owned by an Israeli corporation, we're going to take over your ship. You cannot fucking use this trade route anymore. Guess what, bitch? It's our fucking territorial boundary, and we're going to enforce this until you stop doing genocide in Gaza.
So let's review his claims. His first claim is that the boat is headed for Israel. It's not. It's going from Turkey to India. Next claim is that it's owned by an Israeli company. It's not. It's being chartered by a Japanese company, and the boat's owners are registered in the Isle of Man. I'd like to remind everybody that the crew that's kidnapped in this video has been missing for over a year now with zero updates on their health, whereabouts, or anything. That lines up with leftist values. Hasan's third claim is that this attack happened in their territorial waters, which is also a lie. It happened in international waters. Hasan is lying for the Houthis like he's being paid. And honestly, at this point, is he?
I'm a propagandist.
Well, no,
For the record.
no, I'm
I'm a propagandist.
This is like a hostile. They're streaming this?
Yeah, they're flexing.
What? And they're coming in hot with guns.
Yeah, but you have to understand, this is a deterrence. Israeli society is going to start getting upset. They're going to be like, I can't get my treats. I can't get my Amazon Prime deliveries. What the fuck is going on? I hate this. Israel sucks. I'm leaving Israel. That's the goal.
I find it disturbing that Hasan thinks that a slowdown of imports is going to cause Jews to flee Israel. 80% of Israelis were born there and do not have citizenship anywhere else.
I wonder how Hasan would react to having to live in the trees like a monkey, being a speculator being banished there by Trump.
Well, since he's an idiot, he'd probably fall from the tree and break his neck and die. So I don't think he'd have to worry about it for too long. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
So where do you want them to go, Hasan? Back to Poland or back to the Arab countries they were forced out of?
Israel sucks. I'm leaving Israel. That's the goal.
By telling the Jews of Israel to go back where they came from, Hasan attempts to deny Jewish heritage in the Middle East. It characterizes them not as indigenous, but as white colonizers. This is despite the fact that 60% of Jews in Israel are actually native to the Middle East.
This is wild.
So these guys did all of this, right? They did all of this.
Is that their helicopter?
Yeah.
That looks like a legit helicopter.
It is a legit helicopter.
This is wild.
So they take it over, and they tell the people in the ship, it's usually like mostly Filipino people, like Filipino crews, and they're like, all right, well, we got no problems with you, but you're coming with us, we're taking over the ship.
What an incredible way to characterize having a gun in your face. Hasan is asking us not to believe our own eyes as we watch terrorists hostilely kidnap the crew.
We got no problems with you, but you're coming with us, we're taking over the ship.
And once again, the crew is still MIA for over a year, prisoners to a terrorist organization. But don't worry, guys, Hasan says they have no problem with them.
Yeah, Sneeko should also get deported.
They're like, all right, well, we got no problems with you, but you're coming with us.
This is a 3-minute video of. What do you mean music video? When you use a music video, I'm expecting like. Are you being serious? I know they're singing, but I'm seeing guns and shit. This isn't a music video, Hasan. And like, he was like, yo, there's such.
How can they not agree with the Houthis when this is the kind of music video that they're coming out with? They got a beautiful voice too. Yeah, Israel been real quiet since this dropped, dude. The fucking mixtape.
Oh, Hasan, my sweet, naive friend. You say that Jews don't sing and dance like that? Then what the fuck do you call this?
Since this dropped, dude.
Girls on TikTok. He's cute. He's got a mustache. He's a freedom fighter. Beautiful eyes. They call him Tim Houthi Chalamet because he's a Houthi.
Bro, are we about to have a Houthi rebel on stream? Yes, brother. What do you mean?
America and the U.S. government.
Instead of challenging him and demanding more details about these kidnapped and missing people, he just runs defense for this guy, acting like he doesn't know why that would even happen.
He's saying that they win over the crews on these ships and they like win them over with their charm and they make them hate America and the U.S. government.
That's so funny.
It is super funny, the idea of kidnapped crew members who are being forced, probably at gunpoint, to do some death to Americas and maybe some curse upon the Jews. And frankly, the callous disregard for the well-being of the literal hostages is shocking, even for somebody that loves terrorists.
That's so funny. Is there a KFC there? They're everywhere. I don't think there's a KFC in Yemen, dog.
He says they have two.
Oh, they do have KFC in Yemen? That's crazy. Okay, that's sick.
Is there a KFC in Yemen? No way, dude! Holy fuck! There's a KFC in Yemen! He's just like us!
Does he know what One Piece is?
I would see it. He's been watching it since he was a kid.
The whole way!
Yeah.
That's sick. Yes. That's fire. That's so fire. Oh my God. We think the Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do. You should tell him that.
You guys all remember Luffy's flag, right? Now, I'm only halfway through that show, so maybe I just haven't come to it yet. But I do not remember Luffy's flag looking like this. Predictably, there was some blowback after this interview, and Hasan went immediately into damage control to rewrite history.
He said that he was just simply a Yemeni person and not a Houthi. Yeah, I mean, we don't even know if he's a Houthi or not. He's a teenager in Yemen. The dude is neither a Houthi, nor a terrorist, nor a pirate, is not a Houthi rebel. They didn't fucking call him a Houthi either. You want to know why? Because he's not one. He's not a Houthi himself. He's not a pirate, but, you know, I don't think he's not a pirate. Tim Houthi's not even a
for son of a Jew. Meaning of Houthi is a title, and it's not something to fear, but for the Jews. They are very afraid of this title. The execution we will carry out on all Zionists, with the lovely depiction of a man impaled through his asshole and out of his mouth with a pike, or how Hasan likes to say it, a pike for a cut. Okay, why would he retweet this article called Houthis use social media to boost global prominence and support? Israel falls. Wait for the new operation in Tel Aviv, the Jaffa drone, which no Israeli defense can stop. The ships we bombed and sank. I know the red arrow is supposed to be a cool military Hamas thing. This is a butt plug. Just saying. To every Zionist, I will put this into your stomach. And let me state the obvious. Jew and Zionist.
Jews donate $2. Let me see.
We need the money. We need all the money, homie.
How much was it?
1,200.
I'm taking care of it.
1,200. Right now. Right now.
You could kind of tell it's an XR by the way they threw a back piece on there. Well, let's go see what's up with this one. Yeah. You bought these phones? Yeah. How many did you buy? Two. Okay, so when did you find out that they weren't?
When I got to when you asked me to send you the IMEI, I searched it up and it came back as an XR.
XR? So you never checked the IMEI?
Nah, I never checked it. And then
and this is is this the same post where that you bought it?
Yeah, and he put the one that sold. And he said he has more.
Hey, what's up, bro? Hey, these are.
We need the money. We need.
Oh my God.
It doesn't matter. Look, you gave him XRs.
Now I was. Now somebody calls out.
Already seen that video.
Now I was reading my comments one day, and a lot of people brought up an interesting point to me. They said a lot of times, if you're in the hood, and you.
Thanks for the donation, Jews. Dodo donate $2. Maybe Sneeko can be sent to the trees with Hasan, and maybe even form a romance. From up there, Hasan and Sneeko sitting in a tree kissing. Yeah, I'm sure they have a lot in common. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Zionist is clearly interchangeable to this guy. Okay, but hating Jews doesn't make you a Houthi. Are you a soldier? Yes. Well, that seems pretty definitive. You know what makes you a Houthi? Being a Houthi. At least one of the two of them is being honest about it.
The whole way!
Yeah.
Sick. Yes. That's fire. That's so fire. Oh my God. We think the Houthis is doing what Luffy would do. They're tweeting an image of a Jewish person on a pike. I don't understand why this problem can't be approached with nuance. Because he is a teenager in Yemen, dude.
Talk about the bigotry of low expectations. He's a kid in Yemen, dude. What do you expect? Of course he's going to want to put a pike through a Jew's asshole and through his mouth. That's just what kids in Yemen are like, man.
And also, what do you mean? It's just a person on a pike. There's no Jewish person on a pike on that photo, unless I saw something different.
Hasan claims this isn't even a Jewish person on the pike. How exactly is a naked piked person supposed to look like a Jew for you, Hasan? You know what? You're right. Let me make it a little clearer for you. First, he needs a bigger nose, right, Hasan? Of course, he needs a yarmulke, the curly things. Oh, look, Hasan, he dropped his dreidel. He must be Jewish for sure. Or, you know, you can just read what he wrote, you dumbass, liar, terrorist-loving propagandist piece of shit.
This is why this entire conversation is fucking idiotic. It's not a Jewish person. He said, why am I held accountable for some random fucking 19-year-old in Yemen's tweets? What is happening? How many steps removed are we from this situation?
0. I mean, you platformed him.
Someone is like focusing on that while there's an active fucking ethnic cleansing campaign happening. He also apparently thinks Twitch is liable for me interviewing a Yemeni teenager who's only known genocide his entire life. In the middle of fucking talking about fucking genocide in Gaza, and this dumb fuck. Blow your nose, brother. Love you. Not trying to be mean. Just keep some tissue nearby and clear it out occasionally when needed. Much love. Fuck you, dude. My argument sucks? You think it justifies genocide? What are you, stupid? Everything that can be tangentially turned into like Jewish people are under attack is a decent way to just like drive discourse away from open genocide in Gaza. If your sole focus, when Israel is doing a complete genocide in Gaza, if your sole focus revolves around that people are saying you're a Zionist, yeah, go fucking yell at streamers for not covering sufficiently the ongoing active genocide in Gaza instead of coming in here and fucking chirping at me.
It's quite a charge to just say I'm a stenographer for the Israeli government or I'm a propagandist. I don't think there's any evidence I'm either of those things. I'm curious who you think I'm doing
While we're having this conversation, 3,000 Piers, while we're having this back and forth, 3,840 Palestinians have been ruthlessly slaughtered in the last incursion into Gaza. I feel like this is an incredibly selfish, self-centered conversation to have.
This technique is so powerful because everyone's afraid of being labeled as a genocide denier. Pierce Morgan, with decades of experience, immediately surrenders when the genocide card is pulled.
When you're just a fucking stenographer, you're not a truth teller.
He has every right to defend himself. And grow a pair, Pierce. Stand up for yourself, man. It's time to stop being intimidated by these online overnight activists who couldn't even point to Gaza on a map before October 7th. Like Hasan, for example.
Doesn't know where Yemen is? Okay, I'm gonna click close. I'm closing it. I'm closing it. I think nope. Got it.
How can you claim to actually care about this genocide when you're willing to so cynically exploit it to sidestep any criticism? What a bigot. Before we move on, Hasan has one final taste of idiocy for us all to enjoy.
Yeah. This kid is like, I think he was like 19 at the time when I talked to him. Which means that for most of his life, he has withstood genocide, right? Like he is a person whose only experience is like, it's literally like talking to fucking Anne Frank, basically, okay? Being able to talk to Anne Frank in real time.
To quote Anne Frank, I keep my ideals because in spite of everything, I still believe that people are really good at heart. Anne Frank continues to inspire generations of people because in the face of a genocide that eventually took her and her entire family's life, except for her dad, she refused to give in to hate, malice, and violence. And then there's this guy, who would have killed Anne Frank if he ever met her.
You might think this is a sweet, innocent girl. Well, I'm happy to tell you guys we are working on a new edition.
You know, it's kind of funny how there's this narrative that, oh, Israel's just creating more terrorists by doing this. Like, Jewish people didn't forever hate the Germans and start committing terror attacks against Germany, you know, after the Holocaust. America has good relations with Vietnam right now, even after the Vietnam War. Like, the only fucking reason these people hate the Jews is because of, like, crazy Islamic jihad. It's so obvious. And then they keep making excuses for these people, like, oh, well, it's because of the way the Jews are treating them. Like, no other group does this. Like, there isn't a group of Native Americans that are, like, massacring white people because, you know, their ancestors were fucking wiped out by, you know, Europeans or anything like that. Israelis aren't forever attacking Germany and have, like, this weird ideological hatred of Germany. People in Vietnam, it didn't even happen that long ago. People in Vietnam aren't, like, viciously, rabidly hateful of the U.S. Like, it's just retarded.
Just for you, Hasan. You should hear about the time she went roaming the streets of Berlin at night with a knife, slitting the throats of families, including children, babies, and the elderly. She's killed children, guys. She even rapes people. She's just like Luffy. There is no other way to describe this than terrorist propaganda. Not only is he platforming terrorist propaganda, right, uncritically, he's participating in it. He's enhancing it. He is not just a conduit. He is an active participant who's disseminating it to more and more people in a way more consumable form. This is extremely fucked up. But why should he care? Their flag doesn't say death to fucking Turks. It says curse upon the Jews. Hasan likes to obfuscate on this and says nobody cares when Sean Penn interviewed El Chapo.
Sean Penn literally interviewed El Chapo. Exactly, dude.
Nobody is saying you can't have difficult conversations with controversial people. You just have to ask them hard questions, guys. We know this. Now let's move on to everybody's favorite terrorist organization, our friends in the north. It's Hezbollah. Where do I even begin? Thousands of civilians have been killed globally from their terrorist acts, car bombs, and suicide attacks. They even assassinated the Lebanese prime minister. They've hijacked civilian airplanes. They've shot 15,000 rockets into civilian centers. And if you can imagine, that's not even the worst things they've done. They participated in the slaughter of over 500,000 Syrian civilians to help a dictator, Bashar Assad, stay in power. They indiscriminately bombed over civilian centers, and they killed hundreds of thousands of civilians in what can only be described as a genocide. They are a designated terrorist group by the US, by the EU, and, oh yeah, the entire Arab League, which gave them that status after their participation in the Syrian genocide. In short, nobody likes them. Well, there is one person.
Hezbollah is a paramilitary organization.
Do you like them or no?
They are a terrorist organization. Like they're designated. They are designated by the American state as a terrorist organization.
I do not like them then.
Well, like
I like what you like.
I don't have an issue with them, let's just say.
This is Hezbollah's leader, Hasan Nasrallah. According to Hasan Piker, this man is a brilliant freedom fighter. But before we get into that, let's see how he feels about Jewish people. Here are some choice quotes from Hezbollah's leader, Hasan Nasrallah. According to Shaul Shai, Hasan Nasrallah said in a speech delivered in Beirut, "What do the Jews want? They want security and money. Throughout history, the Jews have been Allah's most cowardly and avaricious creatures. If you look all over the world, you will find no one more miserly or greedy than they are."
I don't have an issue with them.
If we search the entire world for a person more cowardly, despicable, weak, and feeble in psyche, mind, ideology, and religion, we would not find anyone like the Jew. Notice, I do not say Israeli.
I don't have an issue with them.
If Jews all gathered in Israel, it will save us the trouble of going after them worldwide. The history of Jews has proven that, regardless of the Zionist proposal, they are a people who are evil in their ideas. The state of the grandsons of apes and pigs, the Zionist Jew, the murderers of the prophet. The Jews invented the legend of the Nazi atrocities.
I don't have an issue with them. I can't believe I'm calling Nasrallah base. I mean, listen. You have to remember something, okay? A lot of these dudes, you see them in their fucking fits, and you hear about like some of their attitudes about like gay people, for example, and you immediately fucking resort to Orientalist perspectives, not realizing that these motherfuckers are better read than you by a million. Okay? Like it's not a broken clock situation. No, dude. Half of these dudes literally get educated in America and in the UK. What the fuck are you guys talking about?
The more you learn.
This is why it's Orientalist. To literally look at these dudes and go, oh no, they're fucking barbaric baboons, and like sometimes they get this shit right. No, dude, he knows. It's crazy. He's read more books than you could ever imagine. And also, ultimately, he is regarded as a pretty brilliant person in terms of like everything that he's done. You might not agree with his methods. You might not agree with his attitude overall in terms of like, his opinions on civil liberties and shit like that. But ultimately, this motherfucker has read a shit ton of books.
Knowledge. I feel I've shown you guys enough evidence that Hezbollah is an evil terrorist organization, but have you considered this?
What you meant to say is Hezbollah is Muslim. Okay? That's what you meant to say. What you meant to say is they're Muslim. So of course, as they're Muslim, it's different.
If you're wondering why Hasan's audience is so radicalized, it's because of stuff like this.
Israel, America's greatest ally, the most important country in the world, most moral nation, the most moral democracy on the planet, is ruthlessly and mercilessly bombing southern Lebanon, including southern Beirut.
What did Lebanon do?
They just kind of were there. They happen to be Israel's neighbor.
You're kidding.
Yeah.
Even as someone who's critical of Israel, this retelling is fucking insane.
They just kind of were there.
Hezbollah started launching rockets into Israel hours after the October 7th raid began. They launched 12,000 rockets, killed nearly 100 people, including 12 children, and displaced 250,000 Israelis from northern Israel. That's what caused them to respond.
What did Lebanon do?
Shit. Why did he ask that? What do I say? Do I tell him the real reason? No, my audience will kill me for being a Zionist. Okay, let's try this. They just kind of were there. Hell yeah, another slick political safe by boots on the ground, Hasan Piker. Damn, I'm good.
Even as a pro-Palestine activist, how does lying about this serve your agenda? All it does is further radicalize people. It removes any nuance, and it avoids any criticism for his team. And this is what continues to drive this conflict on forever. Hasan is dedicated to pleasing his radical audience, even at the price of knowingly lying to them for TikTok and Twitter likes.
So I'm a propagandist.
Or he's being paid, which, you know, we can't rule out. What a pathetic propagandist piece of shit liar he is. And now, let's move to Hamas, the catalyst for this entire thing. They're the ones that committed this horrible act of terrorism, one of the worst the world has ever seen, on October 7th. They are without a doubt the most extreme of all of these terrorist organizations. They are Islamic jihadists that want to convert all of Israel into an Islamic state under Sharia law. That's their stated goal. Hamas has been on the designated terrorist group pretty much as long as there's been a group. These guys have been suicide bombing civilians before ISIS leaders were even born. They fired 50,000 rockets into civilian populations and performed over 100 suicide bombings, killing thousands of civilians. Women are restricted from participating in the workplace and public life. Homosexuality is outlawed, and in some cases, of course, punishable by death. They steal foreign aid from the people of Gaza and repurpose it for military use, or they just sell it back to them. For example, why are all the Hamas leaders billionaires? And let's be real, these guys clearly are not skipping any meals. While the people of Gaza languish in poverty, these fine gentlemen are living in multi-million-dollar penthouses in Qatar. That lines up with leftist values, or, well, they were billionaires. Because they're all dead. They killed them all, they're all dead. Hamas is a bunch of psychopathic terrorists of the worst order, and nobody would be crazy enough to defend them.
Except Hasan.
Now, is this Hasan again? Hasan defended Hamas? Seriously? Okay. We had to make last-minute changes to this part to prevent it from being age-restricted on YouTube. I cut out the footage from Hamas, and I will attempt to narrate it for you as best I can. In this scene, an older woman is walking hand in hand with a girl who looks about 12. And as they're getting in the back of the van, one of the terrorists gives them a wave goodbye and says goodbye to them in English. Goodbye. And the two of them smiling wave back.
That's crazy, dog. Dude. Okay, that's crazy. That's crazy. That actually, okay, that's too much. That's too much. That's more than I expect. Bro, every time they're releasing hostages, the next wave they're gonna be like, actually, I'm good. Like, I'm staying.
These hostages are being released at gunpoint by the people who likely murdered their family in front of them before kidnapping them. Hasan peddling this narrative that they're sad to leave their captors is beyond disgusting.
The next wave they're gonna be like, actually, I'm good.
It's plainly obvious these are traumatized victims who are scared for their life and doing what the terrorists are telling them to do in order to avoid any conflict on the way out. Oh, look at the sweet masked terrorist with his AK-47. He's so nice. Did you guys see how he waved goodbye?
Okay, I'm gonna be honest. This is some crazy PR. They look traumatized as fuck. Wait, what? Bro, they look like they're chilling.
This girl who had her foot blasted off on October 7th and then operated on without anesthesia or painkillers is so sorry to say goodbye to her captors. She's gonna miss their hospitality, like being raped and being watched showering and changing.
The next
IDKYUZOs keep saying we hate Jews, therefore genocide is justified. There are more Jews, including myself, that oppose the existence of the illegal settlement called Israel than Zios who support the ethnic cleansing. Are we, Jews, all anti-Semitic?
You're not Jewish, and go fuck yourself. Yeah, like, Hasan is literally evil. Like, he's legit an evil person.
It's so obvious the terrorists are telling them what to do. Ethan, how can you say that? They look so happy. Keep waving. These morons forgot to cut out this part. Yes, that's a terrorist giving them an order to keep waving. And she does. See how fast she reacts? Totally not a fearful victim of terroristic kidnapping. Anyone peddling this nonsense should be embarrassed and ashamed. How pathetic can you get?
The next wave they're gonna be like, actually, I'm good. Bro, they look like they're chilling.
All right, the Houthis is one thing, but he's not going to turn on Hamas propaganda videos and watch it on stream. There's no way. Okay, it's getting hard to defend him. Freedom fighters, musical shit.
Here is a video that came out of how Hamas produces their own motherfucking sniper rifles.
He can hardly contain his admiration for them.
Produces their own motherfucking sniper rifles.
Let's see how long he can go without offering any commentary or analysis on this Hamas hype video.
Thank you, Gum Gum.
Is that the...
Hey man, just popped in. How's stream going so far? Here is a new trailer of a movie you might like. Hope you haven't seen it. Have a good one.
It's hard to describe how the stream is going. I guess it's being sort of minty.
Have to do something big and important.
Chest. 21 and 7 switch.
I want to be Mr. Olympia one day. I've been training for this every moment of my entire life.
Like my deltoids? Judges always say they're too small. Think they're liars?
Everyone's a liar. It is important that you find people that you can make an emotional bond with.
I'm asking you nicely and in a calm voice. If you're not 100%, you will never be successful.
Nobody knows who you are. Nobody.
Well, you gotta commit all energy and focus to being from not being a champion.
Helium Mallet is here. Current. Hey guys, Helium Mallet is here. Current eyepiece. No!
Works. When I close my eyes and dream, with the name.
I'm never gonna watch that movie. That looks fucking stupid. Thanks for the donation, Dodo's Diaper Rash.
Is that COD?
Propaganda. I'm sure he has a good answer.
The reason why I'm showing you this is because one thing that the Israeli maintenance of the apartheid has shown us is that there are no half measures on genocide. You either got to hit the full gen, okay? You can't do half genocide, a little bit of displacement, and then continue maintaining an apartheid state and maintaining an occupation, okay?
You think Sam Sulek will make it to 30? There's a good chance. Usually bodybuilders start dying when they hit 40, so I think it's up in the air if he'll hit 40.
Which is basically what America did back in the day when, you know, We were building America, Manifest Destiny, right?
Hold on. You showed this to us because of Manifest Destiny? What the fuck are you talking about? This is just word salad. I mean, he's really saying nothing here. So he has no good reason. Got it. Okay, fine. He likes Hamas. He watches their propaganda. But he's not going to deny the violent rapes that took place. That is way beyond the pale.
There is one instance in captivity that we have actually gotten verifiable evidence on. Beyond that, the systematized mass rapes that Hamas dealt on October 7, not a single bit of that has been verified. And people still run with it.
No, you go fuck yourself. Racist CO.
That's great. Thanks for the donation.
Over and over and over again.
Many young people who were simply attending a music festival. Women were horribly raped. As I said then, I say today, Israel has a right to defend itself.
What rapes does Hezbollah do?
Hate. It's people like him, ironically, that prolong the conflict indefinitely. There's no space for conversation. There's no space for rational thought. There's no space for nuance. My position on Palestine is like 5 degrees off from where Hasan is. And to him and his community, I'm the devil. I'm a Nazi. It's delusional thinking, and it's destructive to their own cause.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much. God forbid you throw up the fucking green Hamas banner.
And now, let's move on to our next terrorist organization, Twitch TV. Sinwar, Nasrallah, Dan Clancy. Of course, I'm being a little silly when I call Twitch a terrorist organization. It's only a megaphone for terrorist propaganda. Dan Clancy has been the CEO for a few years, and under his leadership, there's been a few notable instances, one being reducing the premium subscription split from 70-30 to 50-50, which he reversed after backlash. He also attempted to ban the size of sponsored logos on stream to 3% of the size of the screen, was also reversed after backlash. So he's essentially achieved nothing. Oh, well, there is one thing. He actually laid off 900 employees. That one he did not take back. But here's where the trouble begins. He likes Hasan. He really likes Hasan. Let me read you an excerpt from a recent interview Dan did. Not a gamer himself, Clancy mostly watches musicians or talk shows on Twitch. He particularly enjoys a leftist political commentator, Hasan Piker. I like the frankness and the bluntness. He's comfortable saying whatever he believes. Don't you think that might be part of the problem there, Danny boy?
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7.
By speaking what he believes, he should be on Rumble with the other fringe or radical political streamers. But no, not under Dan Clancy's watch. Dan has elevated him to the status of Twitch Golden Boy. And if you still have doubts, let this settle the matter. Just for clarity, Dan Clancy is the one filming and singing in this video.
Happy birthday to you.
What the fuck?
Happy birthday to you.
Bro, we're never beating the Hasan runs Twitch allegations after this.
During their lunch break to gather around in the crew room and sing happy birthday for Hasan Piker. How human.
That's very nice. That's also okay. Okay.
First, let me introduce you to Frogan.
Why don't you go take a trip to Home Depot and buy some rope?
She's one of Hasan's main moderators. She's leading great discourse like Ethan's Islamophobic for saying, don't kill civilians. She has zero talent. She has 100 concurrent viewers, but somehow she's always on the homepage. She's winning awards.
Yeah.
Nobody's watching her. Nobody cares. Why is she relevant? We don't know. It's important for me to show you guys what an actual, horrible person Frogan is, so that you can see who Twitch is elevating. So let's start with this clip. Ludwig, a large streamer on Twitch, donated $10,000 to the Palestinian Children's Relief Fund. That's a wonderful thing to do, right? No, not good enough for Frogan.
I find ultimately, like, if I were to do a charity thing where the charity thing relies on your donations, it should be something where, like, 95% of people feel good and are down for it. And, like, ultimately, regardless of what you think, that is not the situation here. So I personally donated 10K. Because I think it is worthwhile. And if you guys got some extra bread, I would recommend you donate. But I won't throw it on you, you know what I mean? No thanks. And some people are going to say that, you know what I mean? That's why it's the difference.
This is a cracker take.
Between like, hey, I can put my money where my mouth is, but I don't need to put your money there. I don't need to enter a fucking debate about whether that's worthwhile.
Take. I know Arabs are dying, but, you know, I'm not going to tell you to donate. Do whatever you want. Me, I donated $10,000, but I'm not going to promote it. Just don't say you donated $10,000 then. Look, if you're not actively believing, if you don't believe in the cause, and if you're not against genocide at this point, like, keep your fucking money. Keep your $10,000. Keep your little chump.
The guy pledged $10,000 to a charity that she supposedly promotes and then calls him a racial slur. Like, and you know exactly why she's upset about this. She's upset that this guy is more rich and successful than her. While this was going on, she was begging for rent money, by the way.
Change, like, what do you want? Do you want me to say, like, congratulations?
Imagine being Frogan, a leftist living in LA in comfort, begging for her rent money on stream, and telling displaced and famished Palestinian children, no kids, you need to give that $10,000 back. Ludwig didn't pass my purity test.
Keep your fucking money.
But wait, there's more.
I have no pity at all for any fucking soldiers. Distress, thank you so much. I will never have any fucking pity for any fucking soldiers. The U.S. military? Who fucking who? And I hope you get no health insurance when you get back into fucking America. Based? By 9/11, Capri, Raph, and I will make the Twin Towers out of a stacked cake, and we'll make an airplane, and we'll recreate 9/11.
This tweet was the final straw for me. You'll notice the date is October 7th, 2023, the morning of the massacre, at 5:30 a.m. Pacific time. At this moment,
Ian Miles Chong retweeted something saying Candace is trans. That's funny.
Hamas militants had infiltrated a music festival and several kibbutzim, where they began their wanton slaying of civilians. Here's what she tweeted. Leftists preach and foam at the mouth at the thought of a revolution happening in America. But as soon as it happens in the Middle East, what they're doing is wrong. It's not what she said. It's when she said it. While she's on Twitter celebrating, I was listening to the local news in Israel. Families were calling into news stations begging for help. Let me show you what I mean.
איפה אתם? יואו, מה מצליחים לקום? תתחברו מכות, תתחברו. אני יוצא לכיוון שלכם עכשיו, צריכים מיקום. אני בא, מה, צריכים מיקום, אלוהים.
The morning of October 7th, Israelis were listening to calls like this all morning long, dozens of them. Imagine reading this tweet after listening to this. This woman should have moved on years ago to another profession, but for some reason Twitch is obsessed with keeping her on life support. And instead of moderating her, they actually gave her an award, Together for Legendary Woman, in which she would get front page placement all year long. This is actually my favorite detail about Frogan. She won a Rising Star Award at the Streamer Award, an award show put on by her friends, and then the next year, guys, she gets nominated for Rising Star again. Are they fucking with her? You can't be Rising Star twice. It's up or it's down, man. In fact, you were never up. That was the problem. They tried to pretend like you were up, but you were always down. Rising Star twice. Was this fucking Mario Kart? You hit a boost up there or some shit?
I just don't know anymore, man. Hopefully Twitch doesn't exist anymore soon.
Because Frogan is the two-time Rising Star champ, and because of her massive viewership of 100 concurrent viewers, it only makes sense that Twitch would give her one of the main stages at TwitchCon to do a 45-minute long segment. Her idea, that was Twitch approved, an Arab to Jew racial tier list. So the premise is who can say Habibi, an Arabic word of affection like baby or sweetheart. And this tier list determines who can say it. Top and most desirable tier is Arab. And at the bottom, the worst one is, quote, loves Sabra. Now, why does loves Sabra equate to Jews? Sabra is a well-known Israeli company that makes hummus. They've been on the divestment list for many, many years, so the activists are well aware of their status. Oh yeah, and Sabra literally means a Jew that was born in Israel. It also plays up an anti-Semitic trope that denies Jewish identity in the Middle East. There's this idea that Israelis are all white colonizers who are stealing the culture and identity of Arabs to make it seem like they belong there. Watch Frogan and her co-host accuse Israelis of culturally appropriating Arab culture.
The one thing that's like funny is that there's two types of like genocide, right? There's like genocide of real people, and then there's like cultural genocide, right? Like this is fucking funny. Like, those motherfuckers trying to take hummus and say it's Israeli is the most insane thing to me.
Dude, the fact that they have the audacity to create Sabra and make that like the staple hummus of America, insane.
It's super offensive to us. And like that's actual like cultural appropriation. Like people get mad when someone has like dreadlocks and they call that culture. I'm like, come on, it's just like a hairdo. Like it's okay. People like white people are allowed to have dreadlocks if they want dreadlocks. But like actually trying to claim our food, our desserts.
Just one question for you guys.
Who the fuck do you think is making the hummus in Israel? Martha Stewart? No, it's the same fucking Arabic-speaking Jews that you kicked out in the 1950s. Yes, they also like hummus, and they like all the same shit you do. Because they are you. They're from your country. You kicked them all out, and now you're accusing them of stealing your culture. You want to talk about cultural genocide? Well, here it is. You racist piece of shit.
Those motherfuckers trying to take hummus and say it's Israeli is the most insane thing to me.
Hey, scumbag, here's a hummus place we used to eat at. The chef is from Yemen. Here's another dude from Syria. Does this dude look like a white colonizer to you? Would you like to tell him he's stealing your culture? Well, this is what most Israelis look like.
Dude, the fact that they have the audacity to create Sabra.
This is casual bigotry being passed around like a leftist talking point. It's exactly why people are saying that anti-Semitism is coming mostly from the left. And yes, I know this dipshit is also Jewish. Incredible. He picked up so many tokens, he actually became one. And by the way, everybody on this panel is looking pretty fucking white themselves. So bearing all this in mind, it's really not a stretch to say that
you don't know shit about.
I don't care. Thanks for the donation.
The Love Sabra bracket is a dog whistle for Israelis or Jews.
The next person is one of my favorite people, Ethan Klein.
I told you guys to clap.
About being Jewish, why would they put Ben Shapiro in the thumbnail, one of the other most prominent Jews on YouTube, in the category next to me, when he's not even featured in the game? Who's next down there? Anne Frank? Einstein? Seth Rogen? Schindler? Well, he wasn't Jewish, but they would put him down there, let's be real. It also doesn't help their case that both my wife and Ben Shapiro's wife were born in Israel, which would make them Sabras. So love Sabra, literally in this case, means Jew lover. That sounds pretty racist. And what about the title? How Arab are these Twitch streamers? Hold on a minute. I thought this was about hummus. You know, I'm tired of these people gaslighting me. Haven't the Jews been gassed enough? So you're telling me you understand what a microaggression is, but you can't understand why a Jewish man might be uncomfortable with this. I feel like this is indefensible, blatant, obvious anti-Semitism, and this was greenlit by Twitch to appear on their... Because the Israelis weren't talking, here's the top Israeli streamer's video about it, which is entitled, Twitch does not want Jews on their platform. He explains that they slowly started to realize no accounts could be made, and him and his fellow Israeli streamers were causing a lot of noise to get noticed. But Twitch completely ignored them for 5 months. When he created a support ticket with Twitch, it was straight up deleted with zero explanation. Around the end of the year, when people started talking about anti-Semitism on Twitch, Dan Saltman discovered the Israel ban when he was sent the code proving the block happened, presumably from someone who works at Twitch, and it could no longer be ignored. Israeli and American media started to pick up the story, which finally forced Twitch to respond. He also explains the block started on October 13th, which happens to be Global Jihad Day, when Islamic terrorists call on others globally to act, which he thinks is an odd coincidence. They were never notified in any way, and it greatly affected their business. He says he doesn't feel safe with Dan Clancy in power, as he feels he can no longer trust him. When Israelis try to sign up, it gives you a generic error message. It doesn't say anything to suggest that you're ineligible because you're in Israel. So when one of these guys wrote to Twitch customer service, this is what they said. I am really sorry that you are having issues creating an account. We have reviewed your case thoroughly and can confirm that, unfortunately, you are not eligible to create a Twitch account. As a result, we will be closing your case at this time.
Under the new increased scrutiny, Dan Clancy panicked and posted 2 terrible explanations on Twitter that were immediately community noted.
How can Twitch say on one hand that they've reviewed the case thoroughly, and then on the other hand say it was an accident and they didn't know? This is all very fishy. A big media company like Twitch doesn't realize that their new account signups from Israel has completely flatlined? You're telling me that you guys didn't notice that? That's impossible. Then, at the same time, it was announced that Sneeko, Fresh and Fit, and the little Houthi twink terrorists were all unbanned and they could stream again on
Orchard's Autistic Donut and $2 daily reminder that Tiny has already lost 18k subs since his leaks. Hopefully he loses more. Well, subscriber count literally doesn't mean shit, so, you know, whatever. Thanks for the donation, dude.
From the river to the sea, Palestine.
Yeah, no. Thanks for the donation.
on Twitch. This is like the holy trinity of anti-Semitism.
So guys, yeah, we're back on Twitch. Welcome. I know we had gotten banned or whatever, or we got suspended, but I went ahead and appealed it, and we're back in the house, man. So for all the haters out there that were like, you know, oh yeah, they got banned on Twitch. Hey, be mad. Be mad, guys, because we are back in the house. They can't stop us.
They did stop them an hour later. All three of the accounts were eventually rebanned. But the decision to unban those three creators at that exact time, and being three of the best known anti-Semites on the internet, seems to clearly be trying to send a message. And then it was discovered that Twitch's head of policy and community guidelines was previously fired from her job publicly by the British government. Why? She does not like the Jews. That's right. Their head of trust and safety was previously suspended from her job at Ofcom for being too anti-Zionist. And guess where her very next job was at? That's right, Twitch TV. Apparently she was posting pro-Hamas tweets only mere days after October 7th happened. That's so interesting. It sounds just like someone else we know. It's almost like supporting terrorists is institutional. Hell, it might even be a prerequisite. Take a look at this tweet from Twitch's senior manager of inclusive marketing, Bridget Chermating, on October 12th. People are posting screenshots of them donating to Israel relief funds.
Ethan lied, and I tell her to watch Ethan lie about not using Ozempic.
How did you lose your weight? You didn't use that Ozempic, did you?
No. I was I've been dieting for a long time. It's been like a steady decline over the last 2 years.
But it looks like it seems like miraculously fast.
It
like,
does.
To see the difference.
I was losing like 10 pounds per month for because I lost like 70 pounds.
Wow.
It was crazy. I was at I stopped measuring at 250.
You wouldn't take Ozempic, would you?
I don't think there's anything wrong with it.
I do.
Why?
Because I just think that it's, I know somebody, Jeremy, do you mind saying, do you know somebody? Just give that little update.
Family members all messed up.
I'm just going to keep them on.
Yeah, go ahead.
Family members all messed up now. They got like migraines and shoulder pain.
Really? I've heard really good things about
it.
the
hospital.
Hospital?
They went to the hospital.
Well, I suppose, listen, all medicine...
Did you see that recently there was a story that came out that Ozempic injured someone and now for the rest of their life they can only have liquid stool and not solid stool? So
Shit?
to eat?
Hold on, there's no way that story's true.
Let's look it up.
You got to fact check that. How can you say, you only get to have diarrhea now? Like, that's not a real thing.
You only get to.
Yeah, no more solid stools for you.
Ozempic can cause diarrhea, but the idea that it's permanent is retarded.
Buddy.
Well, they haven't had a solid stool since they took Ozempic.
How can you predict that, though? There's no way that's
You're
real.
a professional leader. How is that possible?
What?
How is that possible?
Wait. Repeat what you were saying.
That somebody is only allowed to.
Yeah.
But say it with authority.
Ozempic is actually it seems like somewhat of a miracle drug that's helping people a lot, and it's life-changing, or it's life-saving, I feel like, for lots of people. Well, no,
or if
obese people. Well,
obese
there's the one called Mounjaro.
Mounjaro.
I effects. I mean, all
If he said he doesn't take Ozempic, I don't know why I wouldn't believe him. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Shake my head, y'all are truly rooting for the oppressor. Read a damn book. This tweet was made only 5 days after the October 7th massacre. The donations she's criticizing would go to families like this, if they were still alive. This entire family was murdered in cold blood by Hamas terrorists on October 7th. Bridget, who did these little girls oppress? How can you act so high and mighty for your cause and be so callous and inhuman for the innocents on the other side? This statement was made by the senior manager for inclusive marketing. Is that some kind of joke? Is this what inclusion looks like at Twitch?
Is it really crazy at this point, after all this, to say that Twitch has an anti-Semitism problem? I think it would be harder at this point to argue the opposite.
Oh, Bridget, one more thing. Sorry, I forgot. Can you tell me the answer to this riddle? What's the difference between a Boy Scout and a Jewish kid? I'm standing by. Let us know. And yes, it's true. I should point out this tweet is from 2011. This one, however, is from 22. Sarah Silverman tweeted out, Kanye threatened the Jews yesterday on Twitter and it's not even trending. Why do mostly only Jews speak up against Jewish hate? The science is so loud. Bridget said, this was the energy I was around when I worked with 2 Jewish women in social impact, who are both senior to me. She's trying to make Sarah Silverman seem like some kind of Jewish Karen for caring about the anti-Semitism. I wouldn't really care about any of this
If she wasn't the head of fucking diversity at Twitch.
for what he said here.
That community is never worth engaging with. There's just no point in doing it. Like, it's too, the risk of me, like, ending up getting, like, permabanned and my life destroyed because of these, like, inbred fucking disgusting losers is, like, it's just not worth it. It's just totally not worth it.
And okay, fair enough. If you're going to be consistent with the enforcement, then, let's have a friendly place, a safe environment. It's calling a minority group inbred, which results in a permanent ban. Okay, has anyone else done that?
The Jewish KKK brigades out there, just a bunch of fucking inbred hicks. Imagine the most inbred white supremacist guy you can imagine, okay? Every week there was another fucking psychopathic settler, inbred fucking douchebag. Oh, these inbred fucking douchebags in the background, dude. A nation entirely comprised of messianic, inbred.
So he calls Jewish people inbred, doesn't get banned, gets deliberately promoted. Destiny calls a group of people inbred, gets banned. I don't know why creators don't just leave Twitch and go stream somewhere else. Like, I would not feel good being on a platform that is so anti-Semitic.
Ultra-Orthodox psychopaths that these inbred don't understand. Educated, inbred, fundamentalist inbred,
The flip side, and that's not necessarily the algorithm.
Orthodox psychopaths.
Zero punishment. Hasan interviewing a Houthi pirate.
The Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do. You should tell him that.
Zero punishment. Hasan watching terrorist propaganda with zero critical commentary.
They do musicals. They're very musical people. Are you being serious?
Shinzo Abe is a former Japanese prime minister. He served from 2012 to 2020. He was assassinated in July of 22 in a stunning fashion that left the Japanese public horrified. He was killed with a makeshift weapon that the shooter had built himself at home. So when Hasan saw this tweet that he didn't like, he posted the schematics in what can only be presumed as an invitation to someone in his family.
What in the fuck?
Fan base to build this weapon and then assassinate this sitting congressperson who wrote a tweet he did not like.
Whoa. That is crazy. How the fuck is this asshole not banned? That's just unhinged.
Not like. I genuinely do not know how he didn't land himself in prison for making terroristic threats.
Zero punishment.
Let the streets soak in their fucking red capitalist bloods.
And this isn't just a Hasan problem. It underscores a disturbing trend among leftists on Twitch. The problem is, if you can believe it, these people are frequently making death threats and facing zero consequence. I know it sounds far-fetched, but I assure you it's very real.
Listen, I'll up the number, okay? 30K to anyone who'll make this dipshit disappear.
Bro, that Destiny guy needs to get Not gonna fucking lie.
It would just be so easy to just, it would solve all of our problems. Like, we would have socialism now at this point, right? We would have socialism at this point if someone just went out of their way and it would be so easy.
Thing that happens, I mean, like, holy shit, guys. If you live in Florida, I have an opportunity.
Well, these are all fascists. They're just far left fascists.
For you, if you want to earn $100,000.
To stop Hasan infiltrating mainstream media. Hasan has been welcomed by many mainstream outlets. They view him as a friendly social democrat, as someone who's just trying to spread progressive politics online to an important demographic. But we know that's help them understand that his name should be associated with people like.
Yeah, that is crazy. Well, that was a good video. Yeah, bro, fuck Hasan. All right, Candace Owens, Dinosaurs.
You don't believe dinosaurs are real.
Dinosaurs, that seems pretty fake and gay. There is a Christ conspiracy that's happening right now, which is the intentional removal of Christ because they want people not to believe in God, but instead to believe in humans. Well, that is what evolutionary theory was about.
Yep, dinosaurs are not only fake, but they're also totally gay. A bit of context. Candace Owens went on Jack Neal's podcast to speak super high IQ stuff. We're talking giga brain stuff here. And among the mayhem, they spoke about how dinosaurs are fake, gay.
Let me see. Bishop Baron Donatello's based priest.
There's a tight correlation between screen time and depression. The higher the screen time, the deeper the depression. Even as I'll confess it, I get drawn into these things too. They're designed that way, and you end up. What are you looking at?
Yeah, right.
98% of it is a waste of time, but you're looking at it. In a way, with all these things.
Yeah, screen time is correlated with depression, and it's probably because people who are depressed increase screen time. They're looking for enjoyable activities.
Though it's a bit like you're shaking your fist at the blue sky because
whoever made that gun to kill the former Japanese PR must be a really creative engineer. Also looks like a good example to counter more gun control arguments against anti-gun pussies lol.
A lot of the guns that criminals are in possession of are homemade. Like they either use some firearms parts or they're completely homemade. So yeah, there's no point in banning guns because it's impossible. You'd have to ban the knowledge of how to create them. Thanks for the donation though, Will Mage.
Because what are we going to do? I mean, they're there,
right,
like it or not. And kids who were raised on them, they're not going to heroically eschew them and go off into the desert. And, so I do wrestle with that. And look, we're using it now.
Boring, take risks.
Do you know how our culture puts such a premium now on safety, doesn't it? Safe spaces and keeping us safe, and I'm being threatened, and that's threatening my safety. Well, look, I mean, I get it. We all want to be safe.
Hello, Bishop Balin. My name is Owen from Massachusetts, and I'm 10 years old. My question today is, I know we have free will, but does God know what choices we will make?
That's a good question, and that's a good voice, isn't it? He should be a preacher, Owen. It's a classic question. Here's a quick way to respond to it. What I'm knowing right now is not limiting anyone's freedom. So I'm taking reality in. My knowledge of what you're saying is not limiting your freedom. Well, that's the way God knows everything. God knows everything, not so much from the past looking to the future, but God knows everything in one great glance. So Aquinas talks about the eternal now. So that's the world that God lives in. And so he can know everything without thereby determining.
If God knows every outcome, then that would be very hard to argue against determinism. Since if God would have a perfect view of the future, then by definition, you wouldn't have free will. Because everything's predetermined, since he knows every outcome. And even if we grant that, even if you could have a world where God would have a perfect view of the future, but free will still existed, that would just beg the question, if God knows the future, then why would he bother creating anything, especially a world that has so much suffering in it? I don't know why he sent me that shit. That guy's a fucking idiot and he just blabs.
And part of a grand conspiracy to defeat Jesus.
There is a Christ conspiracy that's happening right now.
It's interesting, the conspiracies that we've been talking about so far, there's a lot of incentive structures, like reasons that the government would want to push these narratives for their own benefit. But one that you talked about, and you haven't gone into it too much in depth, but you don't believe dinosaurs are real.
So if you've watched a single episode of Candace's show, you'll know that she believes genuinely insane things.
And I said to him, listen, I'm not a flat earther. I'm not a round earther. Dinosaurs, that seems pretty fake and gay.
But yes, you heard that one in particular right. She has gone creationist level 10, denying the existence of dinosaurs.
So this is the funny one. This is one of the ones where I'm like, gut. I'm not kidding. This conversation happened and it was so funny. I was just walking with Savannah, my manager.
Yeah.
We do like these little evening walks. And I just looked up to her and I was like, dinosaurs, that seems pretty fake and gay.
So somehow everything these people hate is gay now. You know, it's like, are they 12?
Seems pretty fake and gay.
Now, notice Candace's methodology, if we can call it that. It's all in her gut feeling. No science, no evidence, no reason, no logic. Just her inner gaydar telling her that these pesky dinosaur bones are a little bit too fabulous to be real.
This is one of the ones where I'm like, gut. I'm not kidding.
When Candace says dinosaurs seem to be fake and gay, she's not just making a ridiculous statement. She is modeling a dangerous approach to knowledge itself. She's effectively communicating that your gut feeling, your immediate emotional reaction, should trump centuries of careful scientific work, extensive physical evidence, and the collaborative efforts of thousands, let's face it, millions of researchers across the globe.
It was so funny.
And so you can actually beat her with just one simple move. Just say that you just feel that dinosaurs are real. In fact, you have this deep, like immediate, visceral response when you see a fossil. You just look at that thing and you go, that is so heterosexual. That's it, it's done. So, you know, we've just got we just disagree with our emotions, with our feelies. And so, you know, we're both right.
There is a Christ conspiracy that's happening right now.
Now, what's particularly concerning, at least for me, is the casual way that she interweaves homophobic language into her science denial. It's a rhetorical technique that serves both to trivialize the subject matter and to signal to her audience which team she's on. It's all about signaling with these people. Candace isn't just another conspiracy theorist. She is the new Alex Jones, but with better marketing and worse paleontology.
Just looked up to her and I was like, dinosaurs, that seems pretty fake and gay. She's like, she's Savannah's from Tennessee. She's like, I've never believed in dinosaurs. Like literally, everyone thinks there's like some conspiracy behind it. Like that was how it started.
Suppose that you're at the pub and your mate comes up to you and he goes, yeah, I just don't really believe in the Romans. I think it's just a myth. She's got this feeling that it's a myth. I've never really believed that the Romans are real at all. Grand conspiracy, really. Do you celebrate that? Do you go, yeah, high five. Like this is great stuff.
Seems pretty fake and gay.
Collapse Canada, donations. Hope you are ready to become an American soon. Your country is about to collapse.
For many
bitch.
people at home, they are wondering how these tariffs could affect their household. So we are breaking down what items at the grocery store could spike, what this could mean for gas. Consumers are bracing for price hikes.
About 63% of all of our vegetables come from Mexico. When we look at, fruit and nuts, about 50% comes from there. If we take a look at our meat that comes from Canada, this is not something that's going to have a good effect for consumers anytime soon.
He says consumers can expect to see increases on items like avocados, berries, tequila, beer, cooking oils, and meat products.
That's literally all food.
Lempert says consumers should also brace for higher prices at the pump.
Gas prices are going to go up. That's what we get from Canada. Also, if you take a look, a lot of our U.S. cars are actually assembled and parts come from Mexico. So we're going to see the price of cars go up.
There may be people at home thinking, today is the day I've got to rush out and get all of my groceries. Got to fill up on.
Take effect, whether it's higher prices, whether that when we look at our produce
field and usher in a
let's bring
this is not going to affect me at all. And if the Canadian dollar devalues anymore, it actually really benefits me a lot. Because I get paid in USD. Sweet, sweet USD. Ugh.
Bring in our political specialist, Glenn McGregor from Ottawa now. And Glenn, federal politicians have been trying to sway Trump and avert these tariffs for weeks now. Their efforts have not worked. Do they have any other moves they can make or should have made?
Yeah, Cynthia, it looks like we are now past the point of convincing Trump to back off the tariffs. Now the White House carefully selected product at home because of the inflation crisis. Now the government is also made equivalents. But if we did that, it would trigger a national unity crisis in our province. This, Cynthia, is going to be a really tell you that tariffs just.
Welcome back to the channel, guys.
All right, well, thanks for the donation, Collapse Canada.
We are here at One Gen Gym in Claremont, California, and today we have two special guests. That would be Lucas and Landon, 16, 14 years old, and both been.
He's 16? He's 14? That he had to have gotten that wrong.
Benching over 200 pounds. I gotta give it to Landon today though for benching over 200 at only 115 pounds of body weight. And textbook technique, which I find very impressive, guys, because I only just discovered fitness when I was 14.
Yeah, I think when I was 14, this is without, like, this is with not doing much weight training. I think I could probably have benched 135 for a 1 rep max. Maybe a little more.
Oh my God. Thank you, Larry, thank you.
I'm always down to give young a belt already. Yeah. Unreal. Not even hit puberty yet. You have the most baby face I've ever seen.
He's definitely hit puberty. There's no way you could have that kind of muscle tone.
Yeah, on any teenager. 14, really, even till now, 30, I can eat whatever I want, but okay.
Yeah, like round turkey. And then we'll eat like protein yogurt, protein shakes. I love this.
Competition, we have to pause all our
6.
Perfect. Hip.
Yeah, that's a little bit high. There you go.
Yep. Damn. Light. Yep. Perfect.
I don't know if those are technically completed. It looks like his ass is lifting off the bench.
Cut him a break, guys. He's 14. More in the tank.
And then I'll go to 2.
Most straight conservative.
Let me see. Pete Buttigieg woke up this morning and got fucked in the ass by his husband. If he had been transportation secretary, still would have woke up this morning and got fucked in the ass by his husband. The only thing this man ever did was participate in trains. He never did a stitch of work. Thank God he's gone. I don't know if that's true of Pete Buttigieg, but thanks for the donation, retard.
Yeah. Yes. There it is.
Yeah, it's not a completed rep.
3 something at 16.
You're here today.
All right.
Gauge.
I'm gonna go out.
All right.
Yeah.
Whoa.
All right. 3, 2,
okay.
1.
Yep. Yep. Yeah.
0. Well.
Notice how she presents denial, not as a conclusion reached through investigation, but as a badge of honor shared by like-minded people. This is bragging about never reading a book. This is idiocracy.
Now, I'm no botanist, but I do know that if you put water on plants, they grow.
That seems pretty fake and gay.
You sure you ain't the smartest guy in the world? Yeah.
People will literally say they don't believe in God, but then tell them like dinosaurs aren't real and they fall apart. Like I'm like, okay, so there's roaming the planet.
So here, Candace is equating belief in dinosaurs with belief in God, insisting that if you don't believe both, you are a hypocrite, because apparently believing in dinosaurs is a bigger ask than believing in God.
It's funny because people will literally say they don't believe in God.
And by God, she means the Christian God. This false equivalence is staggering in its intellectual dishonesty. She's attempting to put empirical evidence, physical fossils you can touch, DNA evidence you can sequence, geological records you can study, on the same epistemological footing as religious faith. It's like saying, oh, what, you believe in photographs, but you don't believe in unicorns? How hypocritical. The irony is that believing in dinosaurs isn't a matter of faith at all. It is a matter of evidence. We have their bones, we have their footprints. This isn't about believing in dinosaurs any more than you believe in gravity. They're simply a documented part of the world's history and, indeed, reality.
And I was like, that's really interesting. But then, because I got into and very much subscribe and believe and know to be true that there is a Christ conspiracy that's happening right now, which is...
And just like that, we're into conspiracy land. It's Candace in Wonderland once again. And trust me, this isn't just a mega conspiracy, this is a MAGA conspiracy. Talking of making America great again, while browsing Ground News with my morning coffee, I skipped the top stories, Donald Trump being sworn in as the US president, and took a good look at today's blind spots, a wonderful feature that highlights the stories that are being disproportionately reported by the left or the right. It's tools like these. Meanwhile, Russian crude 10% drop in of competing headlines and curated narratives, finding unbiased news can feel impossible. That's why I rely on Ground News.
Know to be true.
Thanks.
And I was like, that's really interesting. But then, because I got into and very much subscribe and believe and know to be true that there is a Christ conspiracy that's happening right now, which is the intentional removal of Christ because they want people not to believe in God, but instead to believe in humans. Well, that is what evolutionary theory was about.
No, it wasn't. Charles Darwin was a Christian when he started his studies. Most Christians today accept evolution and are still Christian, obviously. Basically, what Candace is doing here is the no true Scotsman, and it's an utterly illiterate one at that. Now, what's particularly fascinating here is how Candace has constructed a narrative that completely ignores historical reality. She's presenting a false dichotomy between accepting evolution and believing in God, a dichotomy that millions of Christians worldwide reject. The Catholic Church, numerous Protestant denominations, and countless religious scientists have found no contradiction between their faith and the evidence for evolution. They've made it work. Now, just to make a meta point, don't you find it amazing that, on the one hand, people like Candace want to tell you that the great pioneers of science were Christian, but then, when it suits them, they want to say that they were not Christian, but actually working with the devil? This kind of selective historical revisionism isn't just intellectually dishonest, it's a deliberate attempt to rewrite history to fit modern political narrative. Or it's just really, really stupid people.
That seems pretty fake and gay.
You sure you ain't the smartest guy in the world?
Because rather than making human beings believe that they had a creator, there was no concept of a dinosaur until 1850. That's very recent.
Yeah, this is flat out wrong. I know, shock, but the concept of extinct giant creatures predates 1850 by centuries. What happened in the 19th century was the formalization of paleontology as a scientific discipline and the coining of the term dinosaur. But the discovery and study of fossils long predates this.
That's very recent, right? That's the first time they were like, we actually think that there were these reptiles that are roaming the planet, and then within that same decade, they were like, dinosaur bones, and they started finding them everywhere.
Again, no, they had long known of large creatures roaming the Earth. What we're seeing here with Candace is a fundamental misunderstanding of how scientific knowledge develops. People didn't suddenly discover dinosaurs in 1850. Rather, this was when we developed better tools, methods, and funding for systematic paleontological research. The surge in fossil discoveries wasn't some conspiracy. It was the result of increased scientific interest, better excavation techniques, and yes, more funding for research. It's like claiming that the explosion in astronomical discoveries after the invention of the telescope was suspicious.
That's very recent.
This is how science works. Better tools and methods lead to more discoveries. Funding leads to more discoveries. This isn't rocket science, Candace.
I'm like, okay, so nobody found this, and then like suddenly there's entire museums, and in China they have actually been caught manufacturing dinosaur bones many times over.
What's the point here? Is it that since some fossils were faked, they're all fake? This is a classic conspiracy theorist technique. Take isolated incidents of fraud and use them to discredit the entire field of study. Yes, there have been cases of fossil forgeries, just as there have been fraudulent artworks, counterfeit currency, and fake designer handbags. But here's the crucial difference, a difference that shouldn't have to be expressed to an adult like Candace. The scientific community itself exposed these frauds through rigorous verification processes. Indeed, the irony is that the existence of exposed forgeries actually demonstrates the robustness of paleontological verification methods. I mean, what next? Is Candace going to claim that banks don't exist because some people have been caught counterfeiting money? The very fact that we can identify fakes proves that we have reliable methods for authenticating genuine fossils.
And it is the case that dinosaur bones, for whatever reason, are always just found by the paleontologists.
First off, no, Candace, that's not true. In fact, back in the day, before paleontology was a field, there were no paleontologists, only random people.
Pretty sure most paleontological discoveries are made by random people. The reason we're finding so many dinosaur bones and shit today is because of industrialization. So people dig up large patches of land to, you know, create highways or buildings and stuff like that. And then through the digging process, they discover, you know, things like dinosaur bones. And then, you know, they call scientific authorities, they look at it, and then it becomes, you know, dig site. I'm not entirely sure if that's most of the most cases, but that's a lot of them. So yeah, it's not just paleontologists who make this discovery. It's also a pretty bizarre accusation too, because she's literally claiming there's some like worldwide conspiracy theory, like, yeah, a worldwide conspiracy that's, you know, being committed by a specific group of scientists.
People. Now, as for today's paleontologists being the only ones who find them, that's also false. But let's think about why paleontologists do find most of the fossils. Could it be that it's literally their job? They deliberately go to places that are known for having fossils. They have been trained to identify fossils, to use proper excavation techniques, and to preserve specimens correctly. Seriously, just apply Candace's knowledge to other things. Would we go around going, isn't it suspicious that most new deep-sea creatures are discovered by marine biologists? Or why do astronomers keep finding all these new planets? Why isn't it some random person in Texas? Or how come archaeologists always seem to be the ones finding ancient civilizations?
And it is the case that dinosaur bones, for whatever reason, are always just found by the paleontologists.
Well, yes, Candace. That's quite literally what we pay them to do. It's their expertise. Oh my god.
Like, it's not like you and me walking outside. I'm like, hey, dinosaur bone.
Actually, yes, sometimes it is exactly like that. Amateur fossil hunters make significant discoveries regularly. Mary Anning, one of the most important fossil hunters in history, was a self-taught working class woman who made her discoveries while collecting and selling fossils to support her family. Please, host, for the sake of everyone, don't just sit there nodding along like an NPC. This is where responsible journalism would invoke asking some basic follow-up questions.
And, or by somebody who's related to a paleontologist. It's very strange.
This is such a ridiculous conspiracy. The implications here are staggering. She is suggesting that there's some sort of global paleontological cabal spanning centuries, continents, and cultures, all working together to what exactly?
Yeah, she probably does mean Jews.
Convince people that giant lizards used to exist. And somehow this elaborate hoax has managed to fool hundreds of thousands of independent researchers, survive countless peer reviews, and produce consistently verifiable results across multiple scientific disciplines.
But you think the incentive structure there is to move away from God?
Well, they want you to believe that God isn't real.
What's the idea here? That evil people from different times and different lands somehow decided that they all hate Christianity, and so they're going to team up and create the most elaborate hoax in human history. Let that sink in for a moment. This is something that not just Candace, but many, many creationists believe. Wild. Absolutely wild, a miracle in its own right. We're supposed to believe that scientists from different cultures, religions, and time periods, many of whom themselves were Christians, although Candace is going to argue that they weren't. She does argue that they weren't. Anyway, they all coordinated to fabricate an incredibly complex and consistent body of evidence just to undermine one specific religion. This conspiracy would need to involve not just paleontologists, but geologists, biologists, chemists, physicists, and researchers across dozens of other fields, all somehow maintaining perfect consistency in their fake findings for over 2 centuries. What the fuck?
Well, they want you to believe that God isn't real, that like the theory of evolution, like you're an ape.
That is not the theory of evolution. And again, most Christians believe in evolution, because despite what Candace is making out, not all Christians are science deniers. In fact, there are many biologists, sure, not most of them, but there are many biologists that are Christian. The idea that accepting evolution automatically means rejecting God is a false dichotomy that serves no one except those pushing a specific political agenda.
What happened was just over time, like you used to be a little chimpanzee.
Again, evolution doesn't imply that you were a chimpanzee, that you evolved from chimpanzees. We didn't evolve from chimpanzees, but rather we share a common ancestor. And this isn't just supported by paleontology, it's confirmed by genetic evidence, comparative anatomy, embryology, and numerous other fields of study. When we analyze human and chimpanzee DNA, we find exactly the pattern of similarities and differences that evolutionary theory predicts. It's fascinating how confidently Candace criticizes a theory she very obviously doesn't even understand on the most basic level.
But then with time, this is why you learn about the evolution, Homo sapien.
It's pronounced Homo sapien, not sapien.
Homo sapien.
If you're going to run around acting as an authority, acting as if, you know the subject, you probably should get the basic pronunciations correct.
But then with time, this is why you learn about the evolution, Homo sapien, Australopithecus, but then we were Homo erectus, and now you're a human being.
What? No. Oh, God. Evolutionary theory doesn't have us being Homo sapiens, then erectus, then human beings. This is like saying that first you were a teen. USA. WTF.
Isn't that the definition of Satanism?
So now, Candace's extremely flawed view of evolution is the definition of Satanism. This is beyond parody. We've moved from scientific illiteracy straight into medieval level.
1930, Adam and Eve and the animals were all vegetarian.
That seems pretty fake and gay. Once you start to realize that Satanism is real, that these people who created everything that we view in Western society to be real believed in Satan, right?
Right. So now it's not just the paleontologists. No, you guys are not alone anymore. But it's all the other scientists that don't support an archaic creationist view. All of them are in on the conspiracy. The stunning thing here is not just the claim itself, but the casual way in which she presents this massive accusation. She's just trivially stating that the entire foundation of modern scientific understanding, everything from geology to biology to physics, was created by Satan worshippers as part of an elaborate plot to undermine Christianity. This is a worldview that is fundamentally incompatible with reality.
They know God's real, and yet they're convincing everyone that God isn't.
This tribalistic demonizing of the other is extremely problematic. Candace is painting every one of these scientists as fundamentally evil, not just mistaken, not just working from different assumptions, but actively, knowingly evil.
They know God's real, and yet they're convincing everyone that God isn't.
This kind of rhetoric isn't just factually wrong, it is dangerous. It is the kind of thinking that has historically led to the persecution of scientists and intellectuals. When you paint everyone who disagrees with your worldview as not just wrong, but actively malevolent, you are setting the stage for some very dark outcomes. One page in history is all you need to read to understand this. But one page is too much for the likes of Candace.
And if you say, like, of course you went to the moon, then you start talking about basic science, but they don't actually know. They can't talk to you about Van Allen belt. They don't know anything. It's a faith.
This is a classic move from the conspiracy theory playbook.
She doesn't believe in the moon landing.
If you can't personally explain every technical detail of something, then you must be accepting it with pure faith. By this logic,
the moon, the Bible talks about a firmament, and if the firmament in the Bible, if you look at that, you would go, okay, well, it says that as below, so above, and this is how God created it. So if the Bible is real, which I know in my heart to be true.
Oh, she knows in her heart that it's true. Okay, well, pack it up, guys. Candace's intuition is the only
Whoa. So this is why she's actually entertaining the flat earth idea. She's literally taking pre-Enlightenment age Christian nonsense to be true. So the description of the Earth in the Bible is a flat Earth, and there's like basically a glass dome over the Earth. They don't literally call it glass, but they call it a firmament, but it's basically like, Earth being a snow globe. So that's why she doesn't believe in the moon landing, because she thinks you'd have to go through the glass dome, which is impossible. And that's why she's entertaining the idea of the Earth being flat. She is like genuinely retarded. Ben Boy donated $2. Biggest fresh and fit meltdown.
That shit was trash when we were there.
I'm good, bro.
Yeah, I'm good too.
Shit.
Fuck that, bro.
Bring my
Every girl's working,
bring my
man.
own
Fuck
chick, bro.
that.
Bring my own girls there.
All right, who is it?
This person said he.
Anyone who supports Hamas is an enemy of your supreme country, Richard Land. We have identified over 2,500 people who do so far. Even people who support the Chinese Communist Party is an enemy as well.
All right, well, just go ahead and exterminate them. Thanks for the donation, Benedict Arnold.
He's a hater.
All right, hater.
Let's go.
What's up? Welcome to the show, hater.
8472. You are up.
Feel like Mano. Hi, hater.
84.
What? Shout out to Mano, man.
Not a lot of people know that, Myron.
Yeah, Mano's a guy, though.
Yeah,
Mano's a guy.
That's an old ass song. All right, where you calling from?
I'm calling from Arizona.
All right, what's your gripe with Fresh and Fit or complaint?
So I don't really have like a. Actually, I do have a complaint, but my thing is I've been watching you guys for like since the beginning, bro. And I really like you guys. I really like what you guys got going and everything. But the thing is with the Castle Club, bro, like I'm a marketing guy. I've been doing marketing for like 4 years now, and I know a marketing scheme when I see one. And it's cool that everybody else pays for it, but the people who don't pay for it, you say we're brokies. And it's like, bro, I've been watching you guys for 3 years, and you guys gave us the content without putting a paywall in front of it. But then you guys put a paywall in front of it and say that, oh, it's because you guys got to keep the lights on. But Myron had a whole temper tantrum when he said he made $6 million fucking dollars, and he doesn't even need this shit. So I'm confused of why we have to pay $35 to see the damn show. Myron doesn't even talk on the damn after-hour show now until they go to Castle Club. So I really just feel like I'm being fucked over here, bro. And I've been watching and supporting you guys for the longest period of time, bro, since you guys started.
Okay, number one, I never said that I made $6 million. I said I control $6 million worth of real estate. That's what I said. That's number one. Number two, when I mentioned that.
It's quoted.
No, I never said I made $6 million. I said I control $6 million worth of real estate.
You
Completely
said I have
different.
$6 million. I don't need to do this shit.
No,
you literally
I
said
said
that. Myron,
no.
I watch everything and listen to everything you say,
No, you clearly don't because you misquoted what I said. I never said I made $6 million. I said I control $6 million worth of real estate.
Your shit doesn't stink. All right, I'm hearing it. I'm listening.
Bro, you gonna shut up when I answer your question? You asked your question, correct?
No,
You gonna shut up while I answer
You
it?
automatically go to fucking not taking responsibility for what the fuck you said.
No, because I'm correcting you because you made an incorrect statement. Yeah. Look, you made an incorrect statement, so I'm correcting you.
Saying that you don't need us and don't need to do the show. You definitely said that.
Bro. Okay, look. Let me just address this fucking guy.
It's fucking clip.
Be quiet. Be quiet so I can answer this. All right. So this is what I'm gonna say.
All right, I'm listening, bro.
Okay. Did you get everything else so I can actually address this?
No, that's not the only thing I got to say. I got something else to say too about the foundational black thing.
Okay, that's all other topics. So let's address the first thing first. Okay, the FBA shit. Now it's all starting to make sense.
Yeah.
Okay, number one. Yeah, it's fine. Bill's laughing already. All right, so let's address the first thing. The whole.
I mean, you can go ahead and laugh.
Yeah, bro, let me just finish what I'm saying, bro. Just stop being emotional for 2 seconds.
Go ahead. I'm listening.
All right?
I'm listening, bro. We'll go to the black thing.
And please don't interrupt. Okay. Number one, never said I made $6 million. I said I control $6 million worth of real estate. When I said I don't need this shit, what I mean by that is I can self-sustain and take care of myself if I didn't do the podcast. However, if I'm going to do the podcast, then we're running a business. To run a business, you need income. Therefore, it is not a business. Completely different. Me sustaining myself versus running a podcast are two different things, my friends. They're not the same. Number two, you mentioned that you work in marketing, etc. Let me ask you a question. Let's say you had to go to your marketing job every single day and you weren't paid for it. Would you still go to that marketing job?
No, I run my own marketing shit,
Okay,
bro.
all right, fantastic. Let's say you ran your own marketing shit and you weren't paid for a year doing that marketing shit. Would you still do it?
I mean, it depends, bro.
Exactly. So hold on. Look. The point I'm trying to get at here. Hold on. Look.
You said you would never ask for fucking money.
Be quiet for 2 seconds. Be quiet, man. I'm going into the situation. Try to make money on Twitter and monetize it. Burger King is rich. McDonald's is rich. In America, okay? It's a capitalistic country. It means you're for profit. If we're gonna run up, sit here and tell me, oh, bro, nigga, you're rich. Just keep giving it to us for free when you got monetized on YouTube, because your ass won't work for free. So why should I?
By her logic that she knows in her heart that God's real, couldn't the neo-Nazis claim something like they know in their hearts that blacks like her belong in Africa and nowhere near white people? I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to sending her chimpas there.
Well, you got a point. Thanks for the donation, Sadie N-word.
You got demonetized because of you, bro. That wasn't our fault.
Yeah,
and
you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
Yeah,
hold on. You said you watch the content supporting us, right? 24 and a politically. I'm talking, you retard. Shut up. I'm answering your stupid ass really is and having real conversations about real shit.
Business because they stole our money. Ta-da! Every creator does this type of content. Understandably, like this is what it is. And if you don't like it, guess what you could do? Go somewhere else. It's simple. But
buy frame show that you.
Alright.
metric for truth that we ever needed. Who knew?
The firmament in the Bible, if you look at that.
The stunning thing here is how she transitions from demanding rigorous technological knowledge about the Van Allen belt to accept ancient cosmology because she feels it in her heart.
If the Bible is real, which I know in my heart to be true,
the irony is palpable. In one breath, she's mocking people for not understanding specific scientific details, and in the next, she's advocating for a Bronze Age understanding of the cosmos based purely on feelies.
which I know in my heart to be true.
This is intellectual dishonesty of the highest order.
There's no way we got past this firmament.
So the firmament that she's referring to comes from ancient Hebrew cosmology. It's the idea that there's a solid dome over the earth holding back the waters above. This is a pre-scientific understanding of the sky that made sense to people thousands of years ago who had no way of knowing better. But Candace is using this Bronze Age cosmology to deny modern space exploration.
But it's interesting because, yeah, once you start to realize that all of it is about countering everything that is in the Bible, right? You have a creator. No. Evolutionary theory is real, actually.
Again, they're not mutually exclusive. This false dichotomy between evolution and religion, most Christians do.
Happened was a meteor hit, and I don't know, like the meteor hit and wiped out the dinosaurs, but then like the lizards came.
Oh, of course. Sorry. Yeah, of course. The meteor impact is fake as well.
I don't even really, when you get down to even just thinking about that, you're like, okay, so it wiped out the dinosaurs, and then what happened? They're like, well, then the amoeba was around, but then like little lizards are from that. I actually don't.
And I actually can't. I just can't handle these people. They're just. I'll give it a go. I'm back in the room. No, Candace, mammals existed back then. So what you just said isn't just wrong, it's wrong in a way that demonstrates complete ignorance of basic paleontology and evolutionary history. Candace is presenting a garbled, nonsensical version of events that bears no resemblance to what scientists actually say happened. The extinction event that killed the non-avian dinosaurs didn't reset evolution back to amoebas. Many species survived, including our mammalian ancestors. This isn't obscure knowledge, it's basic natural history that you can learn from any decent museum or elementary school science class.
I have a lot of questions. I wish I was in 6th grade again, because they tell us all this stuff, like dinosaurs are like when you're in 2nd grade, and guys are like, yeah.
Well, there you have it. Guys are like, yeah, science, dinosaurs, and Candace is like,
seems pretty fake and gay.
And this perfectly encapsulates the entire problem. Rather than engaging with the actual evidence or making...
There is a Christ conspiracy that's happening right
Well, she's pretty stupid. Alright, well, I'm pretty fucking tired. I've been up since 5 in the morning. And I didn't take my afternoon nap. So I think I'm gonna head to bed. My mom is coming over tomorrow, so we're probably gonna do a workout stream with my mom tomorrow. So I'm sure you people will go out of your way to annoy me on stream and send inappropriate donations and whatnot. But, yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. And I'll see you tomorrow.